Chapter 1578. The extreme metal turbulent space wasn't too far from the blue moon space. It was a turbulent area that often produced metal-class divine items. That area often had metal-class turbulent flows with great lethality. Metal-class was known as the sharpest power. When it reached its peak, of course, it would be terrifying. In this extreme metal turbulent space, the most dangerous thing was the extreme metal chi. Each flow of extreme metal chi wasn't weaker than an attack from a supreme expert or incipient god realm expert. Moreover, each flow of extreme metal chi carried an incomparably sharp power that could cut through ordinary ancient god weapons and divine armors. Thus, ordinary supreme experts or incipient god realm experts didn't dare to enter this place. Only those with mid-grade or higher ancient god weapons and divine armors or supreme incipient god realm experts with powerful bodies would take the risk to enter. Currently, there was a figure shuttling through this space. Occasionally, when the extreme metal turbulence appeared, it was immediately smashed away by that person's staff. When the metal pole chi dissipated, most of the scattered metal pole chi's residual energy was absorbed into his mouth to strengthen his divine power. Although this figure had a human shape, his body was covered with needle-like golden hair. Waves of dazzling god light sparkled unceasingly. He wore a golden hoop on his head, a golden staff in his hand, and a suit of golden armor. His entire body exuded a thick, evil aura. Wasn't he Yuan Zhantian, who had separated from Ling Xiao in the scorched stone space? Previously, after he had separated from Ling Xiao, he had brought the long-arm Iron Monkey King and Diamond Ape King to the Blue Moon space. However, Yuan Zhantian's characteristics were too obvious. The other supreme experts or incipient god realm experts of the Red Snake Gang had discovered him and started to hunt him down. Although Yuan Zhantian's god power was strong, his realm was still too low. As a result, he didn't stand a chance against so many pursuers. To protect him, the long-arm Iron Monkey King and Diamond Ape King had stayed behind to block the pursuers. That was how Yuan Zhantian had managed to escape and hide in this extreme metal turbulent space. Yuan Zhantian's inheritance of the sacred battle ape proved that he had great luck. After falling into the extreme metal turbulence and experiencing a series of dangers, he finally had a fortuitous encounter and obtained a clump of extreme metal power that hadn't dissipated. His strength had already risen from the early low-level to the middle low-level sovereign realm. Furthermore, he could also cultivate and absorb the extreme metal power that surged out. After more than 10 years of hard work, his strength had already reached the peak of the low rank, and he could even develop the metal aura to attack with terrifying destructive power. Based on his individual battle prowess, only supreme martial artists who had reached the peak of the middle level or above would be able to fight him. He knew that it wasn't easy to attain the strength of a mid-level supreme martial artist in the extreme metal turbulence. Moreover, he wanted to know more about Ling Xiao, so he wanted to go out and look for Ling Xiao. However, the members of the Red Snake Gang couldn't find fault with Ling Xiao, so they could only vent their anger on Yuan Zhantian. Moreover, they also wanted to snatch the inheritance of the sacred battle ape from Yuan Zhantian. There was a vice president of the Red Snake Gang who knew this evil secret art of snatching inheritances, so they were determined to get Yuan Zhantian. Yuan Zhantian had just come out of the extreme metal turbulence, and he was being chased by the members of the Red Snake Gang. He wasn't as fast as Ling Xiao, and he couldn't control puppets to fight. Naturally, it was more difficult for him to fend off the encirclement of so many people. If it weren't for his strong physique and unlimited battle prowess, he might have already been captured by others. Right now, he wasn't in a good state either. There were many wounds on his body, and there were two types of extreme force that were hard to dispel and tangled him, preventing him from completely recovering his divine body. One of these two types of power was the power of the origin of fire, and the other was the evil poison chi. Both were destroying his physical body. There was a hideous wound on his chest, and there was a black poison chi on his thigh. He'd been chased and injured by the two vice presidents of the Red Snake Gang, and if he hadn't exerted all his strength to the limit, he'd probably have been captured alive by them a long time ago. They had been careless and didn't want to kill Yuan Zhantian directly, which gave him the opportunity to escape. Yuan Zhantian was already familiar with the extreme metal turbulence. After avoiding many of the extreme metal chi, He sat cross-legged in a place with metal and stone. He looked extremely weak. He wanted to absorb the power of metal here and force the two powerful origin forces away, but he still couldn't do it. At this time, more than a dozen people had entered the extreme metal turbulence. These people all had awe-inspiring expressions and extraordinary auras. They were all wearing exquisite divine armors. These people were the members of the Red Snake Gang. Among them, there were 2 vice presidents, and one of them was a peak supreme being. There were also 4 high-level supreme beings and 8 mid-level supreme beings. These people were the top existences of the Red Snake Gang. Among them, the one riding a high-level level 11 red-scaled snake was the vice president of the Red Snake Gang, Bailey Yen. He was an old monster who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years, but he didn't look that old. He was just a middle-aged man, with a ball of origin flame floating above his palm. This kind of origin flame wasn't any weaker than the demonic demon flame that Ling Xiao currently possessed. No wonder he couldn't suppress it after it injured Yuan Zhantian. If Yuan Zhantian didn't have a monstrous body, he would have been burned to ashes. The vice president of the Red Snake Gang next to him was a middle-aged woman. She was tall and slender, and her figure was plump and voluptuous. She wore a dark green divine robe that revealed a lot of her private parts. Her skin was as pink as a teenager's, and it made the Supreme Being and incipient God Realm experts behind her swallow their saliva. Chu Miao was a high-level Supreme Being. Although she was flirtatious to the bone, ordinary Supreme Beings didn't dare to approach her because she had another title, the Red Venomous Snake. Her entire body carried a deadly poison. If one was careless and got poisoned by her origin poison, they would end up with nothing left of their bodies. Moreover, she was the woman of the Red Snake Gang's president. Chu Jinlu was Chu Miao's cousin. Chu Jinlu's death had enraged her, so she came out of her seclusion to chase after Yuan Zhantian with Bailey Yen. Originally, she wanted to find Ling Xiao to vent her anger. However, the Qingfeng League had announced that Ling Xiao was a member of their Qingfeng League. Whoever dared to touch him would be an enemy of the Qingfeng League. The Red Snake Gang was warned by the people of the Qingfeng League that they were not allowed to touch Ling Xiao. Otherwise, the Red Snake Gang would be annihilated. Although the Red Snake Gang had a small reputation among the many alliances, it was still a far cry from the Qingfeng League, which had an invincible supreme being like Feng Qingyang. Therefore, they did not dare to touch Ling Xiao. This gave Ling Xiao a lot of peace when he was rushing to the disaster zone. Do you think you can survive by escaping into the metal turbulence? How naive. Bailey Yen sneered. Big brother Bailey, you can't be careless. I'm very afraid of the extreme metal turbulence here. You have to take care of me. Min Miao's voice was like a young girl's, penetrating and seductive. Those who did not know her well would think that she had feelings for you. In fact, this was her nature. She was used to debauchery. However, for the past tens of thousands of years, no one had heard of her having an affair with a man. Sister-in-law, you must be joking. Let's hurry up and catch up with that kid. If we can capture him alive, we can create another battle-sacred physique. Our league will have one more valiant general in the future. Bailey Yen, who was already used to Min Miao's tone, replied indifferently. The group of them shuttled back and forth rapidly. The metal chi that surged out was dispersed by their combined strength. However, the deeper they went, the more metal chi surged out, hindering their movements and slowing them down. After all, the metal chi was too powerful. Just a touch of it would result in broken limbs. No matter how strong they were, they had to be cautious. I can already smell his aura. He is nearby. Everyone split up and attack together. Let's destroy this place. I don't believe he won't come out. Min Miao's divine telekinesis kept scanning. She had already smelled the evil poison chi that she had left on Yuan Zhantian. As soon as she finished speaking, the others were about to attack. However, a powerful explosion suddenly exploded on the left. Boom! When the explosion rang out, there was a sudden change in the surrounding space. Streams of metal chi that were even more terrifying than before swept out. Swoosh! These streams of metal chi contained terrifying destructive power. Even a mid-grade ancient god artifact could not withstand them. Among the 14 people, A few of them had their divine bodies cut into pieces by the dense extreme metal chi. Divine blood splattered continuously, causing them to shriek in pain. They attacked in all directions, destroying all the metal chi. This caused the surrounding space to tremble continuously. "Little bastard! Come out!" After Bai Lian roared, he heavily waved a strong fiery fist in one direction. A shocking explosion rang out. Many metal attribute stones were immediately turned into dust. Yuan Zhantian, who was in that direction, immediately dashed out. He did not fight head-on. Instead, he dragged his body and fled in another direction. Now that he was seriously injured, he didn't even have the ability to fight with these people. However, before he could escape far, a wind-attributed high-level supreme martial artist blocked his path, sending a gust of wind shadow leg light towards him. Yuan Zhantian could not avoid it. He roared and the golden rod in his hand shone brightly. It enveloped the person. Yuan Zhantian was only at the peak of the low level. How could he be a match for this person? In an instant he was sent flying. Bailey Yen and Min Miao rushed over immediately. Two different origin energy descended on Yuan Zhantian, wreaking havoc on his body. He struggled and roared. His body grew larger as he tried to break out of the encirclement again. Trying to escape? That's impossible. Min Miao laughed. A green net appeared in her hand and she threw it at Yuan Zhantian. In an instant, the green net expanded in size. Waves of poisonous green gas spilled out and quickly enveloped Yuan Zhantian, completely trapping him within. Chapter 1579. That green net was an ancient god weapon that Chu Miao had refined with her poisonous aura. First, Yuan Zhantian was injured. Then, he was trapped by the green net. He struggled to break free, only to find that the green net was getting tighter and tighter. Streaks of blood appeared all over his body, and a considerable amount of poisonous qi seeped into his body, corroding his nerves and divine power. Roar! Yuan Zhantian's saint blood boiled. A flow of terrifying energy burst out, reaching the peak of mid-level Great Master. His body enlarged, causing the green net to swell until it almost broke. "You're really tenacious. Unfortunately, it's just a last-ditch struggle," Chu Miao sneered. As soon as she finished speaking, the other incipient God Realm experts attacked again, bombarding Yuan Zhantian. Yuan Zhantian was dizzy. His body was badly injured. His god power couldn't be sustained anymore. His aura plummeted. He was completely captured by the green net. "Humph! Run away. Do you think you're so great just because you're a sacred battle ape?" Chu Miao kicked Yuan Zhantian, her voice full of disdain. Yuan Zhantian endured the pain. His eyes were filled with hostility as he glared at Chu Miao. He really wanted to smash this woman to death. However, he knew that it was useless to do anything now. He had used all of his energy, but he still couldn't escape from their encirclement. It seemed that only death awaited him. Bring him back. When the time comes, we'll extract his inheritance and bloodline. Our Red Snake Gang will have another sacred battling ape. Bai Lian sneered. Then, they grabbed Yuan Zhantian and dashed out of the extreme gold turbulence space, returning to the Red Snake Gang's territory. Not long after they left, a figure dashed out of this space. This figure was none other than Ling Xiao, who had just arrived from the Blue Moon space. He looked around and sensed the movements in his surroundings. Then, he squeezed out a drop of blood and scattered it in this space. He closed his eyes and began to sense everything that had happened here. The blood of an incipient God Realm expert had many magical uses, but ordinary people wouldn't use it often. However, Ling Xiao had to do this for Yuan Zhantian because he considered Yuan Zhantian as his own brother. "Oh no! Brother Yuan is in trouble." Ling Xiao suddenly opened his eyes and shouted. After a pause, he frowned and said, "They haven't left for long. We should be able to catch up with them now." Immediately after, he rode on the ghost and transformed into a gust of wind as he chased after the Red Snake Society members. The ghost possessed a speed that was comparable to the wind attribute. Over the past few years, it had followed Ling Xiao as he roamed the outer realms and had gained a lot. Its strength had improved a lot, so its speed had naturally increased. After the Red Snake Gang captured Yuan Zhantian, they did not immediately rush back to their territory. After all, there wouldn't be too many people who would make things difficult for them on the domain path. Furthermore, their group was so powerful that not everyone would dare to stop them. Yuan Zhantian had become a prisoner. His divine power was sealed and his divine body was being ravaged by the evil poison qi. He looked extremely miserable and it was almost impossible for him to escape. At first he struggled but he gradually gave up. In the eyes of Bailey Yen and Chu Miao, he should have accepted his fate. However, they did not know that Yuan Zhantian and Ling Xiao had already sensed each other. He already knew that Ling Xiao was rushing over at full speed. Therefore, he stopped struggling and quietly waited for Ling Xiao to come to his rescue. At this moment, he had to admit that besides his personal combat power, Ling Xiao had an even more abnormal ability and reliance that he could not compare to. Oh, someone seems to be chasing us? Bailey Yen was the strongest among them. Suddenly, he sensed that someone was rushing over from afar. Brother Bailey, maybe they are not chasing us. They might just be passing by, Chu Miao said as she raised her guard. The two incipient God Realm experts who were restraining Yuan Zhantian were already on guard. Suddenly, one or two of the holy beasts under the Supreme's mounts roared and glared in Yuan Zhantian's direction. They seemed to have discovered something. Bang bang! All of a sudden, two dragon palms appeared and smashed the heads of the two middle-level Supremes who were restraining Yuan Zhantian. They did not even have time to scream, let alone discover where the enemy was. Their deaths were really inexplicable. By the time the others realized what had happened, Yuan Zhantian, who was trapped in the green net, had already been grabbed by a dragon claw and flown away. Who is so daring to kill a member of our Red Snake Gang? Bailey Yen shouted in shock. A fiery fist was thrown in the direction that Yuan Zhantian was flying to. He did not seem to care about Yuan Zhantian's life at all. He still used all his strength in this punch. The power of fire was abnormally overbearing, like a huge fire snake biting out. The power of this move was something that even a high-level supreme martial artist would not be able to withstand easily. However, the speed of the person who saved Yuan Zhantian was extremely fast. The speed at which he was pulling Yuan Zhantian increased by several folds, allowing him to dodge the attack and bring Yuan Zhantian far away, disappearing without a trace. Bastard! Let's go after him. Bailey Yen was enraged that his attack had failed. He immediately roared and chased in that direction. The others did not stay idle either. They immediately burst into action and chased after him. Chu Miao, on the other hand, was much calmer. She said in a sweet voice, "Brother Bailey, don't be anxious. That person is definitely his companion. Watch me make him stay." With that, Chu Miao sneered. She formed a seal with both hands and an invisible force rippled out. Yuan Zhantian, who had already escaped far away, let out a shrill scream. His divine body was entangled and shrunk by the green net, strangling him tightly. Net marks appeared on his body and blood splattered everywhere. He looked extremely miserable. If the green net had shrunk a little more, he would have been strangled to death. Fortunately, he had the body of a sacred battle ape. Otherwise, he would have been turned into a pool of blood and died. "Brother Yuan, let me help you," the invisible man cried out in alarm. A ball of deep purple flame rose up and burned towards the green net, wanting to completely refine it. However, this green net was already a mid-grade ancient god artifact. It would not be easy to destroy it. Ling Xiao, go. Don't worry about me," Yuan Zhantian said with a pained expression. "Impossible. You and I are brothers. How can I leave you behind? Watch me tear it apart," the invisible Ling Xiao shouted. He retracted the flame and grabbed at the green net with both hands. He ignored the poisonous qi and used all his strength to tear it apart. The green net was very flexible. Even with Ling Xiao's spiritual soul and body, which were comparable to high-grade ancient god artifacts, he could not tear it apart immediately. Fortunately, it reduced Yuan Zhantian's pain. At this time, Bailey Yen, Chu Miao, and the others had already caught up. "You can't escape. Die obediently," Bailey Yen shouted again and punched at them from a distance. This power was enough to destroy all stars and tens of thousands of miles of space. This was the divine strength of a peak supreme being. It was far beyond imagination and was not a realm that anyone could reach. Hiss! At this moment, cracks appeared on the green net. It was torn apart by Ling Zhao's strong, blade-like palms. The fiery fist had already arrived. Ling Zhao's spiritual soul turned around and responded with a palm strike. Rumble! The fist and the palm collided. The divine strength collided, causing the entire area to explode. Two completely different forces flew out like brilliant fireworks. Ling Zhao did not have enough strength, but he was still able to compete with his opponent. He protected Yuan Zhantian and was sent flying far away. He was not seriously injured. When Ling Zhao's real body broke through to the mid-level Supreme Being, his spiritual soul was already at the mid-level of the high-level Supreme Being. Now that his combat strength had increased by 70 times, he could naturally fight against a peak Supreme Being. Ling Zhao used Bailey Yan's chi to pull Yuan Zhantian and escape at full speed. It was not that he was afraid of Bailey Yan, but he wanted to reunite with his real body. Only then would he have more helpers. Only then would he be able to fight with all his might. His spiritual soul doppelganger had left his real body and chased after them. Bastard! If you have the guts, stay and fight for 3,000 rounds, Bailey Yen shouted in exasperation. He really did not expect his opponent to be so powerful. Not only could he block his attack, he could also escape with others. Moreover, he could not see his opponent's figure. If he let them escape this time, once a supreme being of this level decided to take revenge, it would be impossible to guard against. It would definitely cause endless troubles in the future. Bailey Yen no longer dared to be careless. Ignoring Chu Miao and the others behind him, he increased his speed and chased after Ling Zhao's spiritual soul and Yuan Zhantian. Waves of majestic energy rushed out continuously, causing explosions along the way. Many spatial turbulences were replaced by fiery fists. Although Bailey Yan's strength was at the peak, he was not of the wind attribute like Ling Zhao. Furthermore, he also possessed the storm movement technique. If Ling Zhao wanted to escape at full speed, apart from people like Feng Qingyang, there would probably be very few people who could catch up to him. After half a day, Ling Zhao's spiritual soul and Yuan Zhantian finally reunited with his real body. Ling Zhao had already summoned the remaining 30-odd Supreme Being puppets and set up a formation to await Bailey Yan's arrival. Ling Zhao first fed Yuan Zhantian a divine elixir to help him recover a little. He also helped Yuan Zhantian absorb the origin flames. The evil poison qi was a little more troublesome. Fortunately, the innate chilling wind bead was able to absorb it, freeing Yuan Zhantian from the pain of being tortured. Bailey Yen shuttled out of the space. Looking at Ling Zhao and the others, he bellowed, "Who are you? How dare you meddle in the affairs of my Red Snake Gang? Humph, is the Red Snake Gang that great? How dare you hurt my brother? As you wish. I will fight with you for 3,000 rounds and cut off your head to vent my brother's hatred." Ling Zhao's spiritual soul appeared. With a cold snort, he attacked Bailey Yen. Now that Ling Zhao's spiritual soul had reached this level, he really wanted to exchange blows with an opponent of this level. Therefore, he did not want to use his spiritual soul to directly kill Bailey Yen. Chapter 1580. Ling Zhao had the soul-controlling art and could use soul power to attack. He had a unique advantage. However, he had the blood of the Kim people in him and had the warlike personality of dragons. Hence, he naturally did not want to let go of an opponent who could make his blood boil. Ling Zhao's divine spirit used the dragon step and his body moved his golden palms. Golden dragons tore through the air and roared at Bailey Yen with a strong emperor's might. Bailey Yen only felt his eardrums vibrate violently, and his blood and qi churned. However, he was powerful and recovered in an instant. He also sent several fiery fists at Ling Zhao. The fiery fists were like snakes, bringing with them a scorching aura. The blazing flames could burn the sky and evaporate the sea, incinerating everything. The fists and palms collided again, and the power exploded again. This time, Ling Xiao's divine spirit was not forced back. Instead, he could fight head-on with the other party. Bailey Yen frowned, and his power rose rapidly. In an instant, he sent out 8 fists again. The 8 fists were like snakes, and the 8 fists were like the sky. The fist intent was awe-inspiring and torrential. To be able to reach such a realm, Bailey Yan's Tenbin naturally could not be compared to ordinary people. His comprehension of the fist intent was even deeper and more perfect than Ling Xiao's. How could Ling Xiao dare to be careless? The Emperor Dragon Heaven Destroying Art's third move, Icebreaker Mountains and Rivers, blasted out. Ice dragons suddenly appeared one after another. That bone-chilling power froze all those fire snakes. Humph! You want to freeze my flames with this bit of ice power? Dream on. Bailey Yen snorted coldly and concentrated his power again. The fiery snakes instantly burned and vaporized the ice dragons and ice mountains that were tens of thousands of meters long. Not only that, but these 8 fiery snakes continued to surround Ling Xiao. They revealed malevolent and sinister intentions, wanting to devour Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was as still as a mountain. It was as if he had no fear of these 8 huge red snakes. When he saw that they were about to reach him, he spread out his hands and a spatial shackling power wrapped around the 8 red snakes. He opened his mouth and sucked in the 8 fire snakes into his stomach. Bailey Yen frowned deeply and shouted, "It seems that you also have an origin flame. This old man has truly underestimated you. However, you will still die." As soon as he finished speaking, a red-scaled snake appeared beneath his feet, and an ancient divine weapon appeared in his hand. This red-scaled snake was a descendant of the primordial era, and its bloodline was extremely pure. Being able to reach this step already proved everything. Its entire body was suffused with a blood-red color, and its snake eyes were filled with traces of scarlet. Its snake tongue was constantly flicking, and its scales were flickering with bursts of flames. At that moment, Bailey Yen had already decided to go all out to kill off Ling Xiao and the others. Chu Miao and the others also rushed over at this time, and the two sides formed a stalemate. Chu Miao stared at Ling Xiao and shouted, "So it's you, brat? Do you really think that you can ignore our Red Snake Gang just because you have the Qingfeng Alliance to rely on?" Ever since Ling Xiao and the others killed the members of the Red Snake Gang, their portraits had already been spread out, making it easier for others to capture them. Chu Jinlu had been killed by Ling Xiao, so Chu Miao naturally remembered Ling Xiao's image clearly. If it weren't for the Qingfeng Alliance's forceful interference, she definitely wouldn't have let Ling Xiao off. Humph! If it weren't for your Red Snake Gang chasing after us, we wouldn't have been forced to resist. Today, you've injured my brother, so all of you will stay here and become my puppets. Kill them." Ling Xiao snorted coldly and immediately gave the order to kill. His 30-odd sovereign puppets charged out at the same time. Ling Xiao's divine sense also found Bailey Yen again. As long as this person couldn't split himself, the others were no longer a threat. After all, there was a ghost around, and its soul power attacks could coordinate with the others to capture and kill the other party's people. The only troublesome ones were the few high-level supreme martial artists. Fortunately, there were high-level existences among Ling Xiao's puppets, so the situation was in his favor. However, although Chu Miao was a high-level supreme martial artist, her poisonous aura was extremely domineering. When she released her full strength, the corrosive power was so terrifying that ordinary people couldn't even think of getting close to her. Moreover, once they came into contact with her poisonous aura, it would be difficult for them to get rid of it. In just a few moves, a few sovereign puppets fell into her trap and immediately lost their fighting power. There were even some weaker ones who were completely corroded and died on the spot. "You really have some skills. Let me test you out." Ling Xiao sneered and his real body shot toward Chu Miao. Ling Xiao's real body had reached the mid-level supreme martial artist level, but he hadn't had a good fight yet. Now, his real body and divine sense had both found the two strongest opponents and started fighting. Chu Miao was of the wood attribute. The power of her source universe suddenly appeared, and it was like a poisonous space of ghost trees. Once it enveloped the opponent, they would immediately be entangled by these tree vines, and then be completely corroded by the poisonous barrier. At the same time, she actually knew the art of seduction. There were many half-naked and graceful young girls dancing striptease, emitting waves of seduction and ecstasy. Any cultivator with a weak heart would be unable to extricate themselves, and she would have the opportunity to take advantage of them. Fortunately, Ling Zhao's sovereign puppets were all under his orders. They only knew how to attack the enemy and didn't have any other thoughts. They only knew how to kill mercilessly. You guys go and kill the others. Leave this woman to me. Ling Zhao's imperial dragon heaven-destroying art attacked Chu Miao's head. The golden dragon roared. The dragon's tip was like a blade, and its body was like a mountain. Pounced towards Chu Miao. Chu Miao looked at Ling Zhao, her eyes like silk. Her long hair fluttered in the wind, and her breasts were half exposed. She laughed like a silver bell. What a handsome young man. Do you have the heart to hurt me? The average person couldn't withstand her art of seduction, especially a handsome young man like Ling Zhao, who was even more susceptible to it. Unfortunately, she had underestimated Ling Zhao. The golden dragon mercilessly smashed down. Chu Miao frowned slightly and instantly retreated. She continued to tempt him. Little brother, you're so cruel. You're actually willing to destroy a flower. Tui, you old woman, aren't you embarrassed to show off? Try seducing me when you're 18 in your next life. Ling Zhao let out a maniacal laugh and changed his style. Round after round of blazing suns came crashing down from the sky. The power of the blazing fire was unparalleled. Chu Miao's expression changed drastically. She was furious. Little bastard. I'll refine you into a poisonous person and make you my slave forever. As her delicate voice fell, many poisonous trees and poisonous barriers blasted towards Ling Zhao's head. Boom! Boom! Chu Miao's strength was above Ling Zhao's, but Ling Zhao's combat power had increased by 70 times, and he was also attacking with heavenly fire. Most of her poisonous trees were burnt to a crisp. Chu Miao was shocked. She didn't expect that the young man in front of her, who was only a mid-level cultivator, would have such terrifying combat power. Myriad fiend poison sea. Chu Miao didn't dare to hide her strength anymore. Her delicate hands kept striking upwards, and a large area of poisonous forest and sea wrapped around Ling Zhao. These poisonous trees were Chu Miao's strongest and most terrifying existence. She had only used less than a third of her poison power against Yuan Zhantian. Otherwise, Yuan Zhantian would have been poisoned to death. Ling Zhao's heavenly fire seemed to have disintegrated. Thick purple flames appeared around him, and fire dragons burned all the poisonous trees to ashes, preventing them from getting close to him. You're just a bunch of poisonous creatures, and you want to hurt me? Die! Ling Zhao shouted coldly, and the nine-sun sky burning fist blasted mercilessly at Chu Miao. Countless waves of fire splashed in all directions. The 9 colored suns were like the end of the world, destroying everything in the area. Chu Miao couldn't dodge at all. Ling Zhao's attack was no less powerful than a high-level Supreme Master's, and it was even more overbearing. It restrained her poison, and she couldn't do anything about it. Damn it! Chu Miao kept retreating while defending with all her might. She hated being touched by these flames the most. Chu Miao was, after all, a high-level supreme martial artist, but she was forced to retreat by Ling Zhao's real body. It was unbelievable. The gap between different levels was huge. Even if it was an attribute that countered each other, it would be difficult to restrain an opponent of a higher level. However, Ling Zhao was able to do this, and it was really amazing. Ling Zhao's divine soul was not as relaxed as his real body. Bailey Yen was a famous figure with a considerable reputation in the domain path. Every single attack of his contained a terrifying power that could shatter the divine body of any high-rank sovereign. His high-rank flames weren't something that an ordinary person could withstand. Once they came into contact with it, it would be impossible for them to escape. His fire fist was also extraordinary, and it contained a perfect fist intent with his bare hands. It was not something an ordinary person could withstand. Ling Zhao exchanged a few blows with him with the 9-sun sky burning fist, but he still vomited blood and retreated. He thought that he would be on par with Bai Lian if he increased his battle power by 70 times. Unfortunately, he realized that there was still a huge gap between them. The gap between their levels, their divine power, and their comprehension of power were not something that could be easily compared. Fortunately, Ling Xiao possessed a speed that Bai Lian could not compare to. His storm movement technique had already reached perfection, and he could dodge Bai Lian's attacks with all his might. Not only that, Ling Xiao made use of his speed to attack in places that Bai Lian would not expect. Although there was a certain gap between Ling Xiao and Bai Lian, his strength was enough to make Bai Lian feel threatened. Bai Lian's divine body was in so much pain that he vomited blood. At this moment, Ling Xiao descended from the sky, and with the pressure of a mountain, a series of leg shadows stomped towards Bai Lian. Every kick carried the power of thousands of kilograms, and there was also an intense black storm that swept towards Bai Lian. Bai Lian threw countless punches at Ling Xiao, and Ling Xiao was blown away. He shouted in shock, "Brat, you're quite capable to force me to this extent, but this is as far as you can go." After saying that, a fire sword, ancient celestial weapon, appeared in his hand. His figure suddenly changed, and the sword in his hand slashed out. Mad snake devours the sky. Countless fire snakes suddenly appeared in the sky. They danced wildly, and they spat out their tongues. All of them revealed their sinister fangs as they charged towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao felt the terror of this move, and his expression became solemn. He knew that if he was entangled by these fire snakes, his divine body would explode. Chapter 1581. Bai Lian used all his strength to attack. The sword light enveloped the entire area, and many red snakes danced wildly. Ling Xiao was surrounded by sword techniques. He didn't hesitate to use the seventh form of the Imperial Dragon Heaven extinguishing technique, Twin Lotus Flowers. With 3 layers of defense, he managed to block Bai Lian's tyrannical attack. However, Ling Xiao was sent flying while vomiting blood. Many sword wounds appeared on his body, and golden blood flowed out wildly. "You actually blocked it. Good lad. Take another move from me." Bai Lian sneered in surprise and attacked Ling Xiao again. The power that burst forth from the divine sword in his hand was even greater. Sword snakes that tore through the void continued to wreak havoc in all directions. The violent power of each attack was enough to kill any high-level supreme martial artist. Facing Bai Lian, who had already used up all his trump cards, Ling Xiao finally entered the final fight. Ling Xiao used the storm movement technique to get as far away from Bai Lian's attack as he pushed all his power to the peak. He seemed to have transformed into a peerless true dragon. Divine lights of 5 different attributes flickered around his body. His entire person seemed incomparably noble and domineering. His disdainful aura was something that few people could compare to. Suddenly, 5 true dragons of different attributes soared and roared behind him. The golden dragon was in the middle, the fire dragon and ice dragon swayed left and right, and the wood dragon and wind dragon followed behind. All of them roared and charged forward at the same time. Roar! Wherever the 5 dragons passed, the world would be turned into nothingness. Numerous turbulences were swept away by the attacks. Countless spaces continued to collapse, and the 5-colored divine light continuously emitted dazzling rays of light. The 5 true dragons collided with the fire snakes, producing intense explosions. Rumble! Boundless energy splashed out in all directions, causing the rocks to explode into dust. Those who were close to the 2 of them were sent flying by the shockwaves. Many of them were seriously injured and bleeding profusely. Bai Lian was forced to retreat by this force. He was shocked in his heart. What kind of monster is this brat? He actually cultivates 5 attributes at the same time. Bai Lian had a lot of experience, and he had seen quite a few supreme beings who cultivated 2 attributes at the same time. It was already very rare to see a supreme being who could cultivate 3 attributes at the same time. As for Ling Xiao, who did not possess the chaotic combat body, he was even more unique. After all, one had to comprehend the 5 elements to the extreme in order to reach this level. Only then would one be able to advance all the way. Many people who cultivated multiple attributes at the same time did not have much future prospects. However, there was an accident in front of them. Although Bailey Yen was shocked, he still wouldn't have stage fright. At his level of strength, there was nothing that could make him feel fear. His sword light shone brightly once again, and he continuously slashed out with terrifying killing intent that could destroy everything. Within a radius of tens of thousands of miles, the fire snakes were wreaking havoc. Anyone, anything would be smashed into pieces if they came close. Facing this terrifying killing intent, Ling Xiao's face carried the ancient wave realm. His palms continuously formed hand seals, and the 5 different colored true dragons burst forth once again. He put his palms together, and with a loud roar, he blasted in Bailey Yan's direction with all his strength. 5 dragons become one. These 5 mighty true dragons of different colors combined together, turning into a majestic 5-colored true dragon. Its size changed to several times larger than the original 5 dragons. The mighty dragon head, glittering golden scales, and dragon claws that were like blades all exuded a vast and boundless aura. This 5-colored true dragon instantly roared and directly charged into the sea of fire snakes, smashing them into pieces. Then it continued to blast in Bailey Yan's direction. By the time Bailey Yan sensed it, the 5-colored true dragon was already in front of him. Its aura was so oppressive that even a peak supreme being like him was actually frightened. "Break for me!" Bailey Yan suppressed the fear in his heart, and all his strength was deduced to the peak. The sword light once again slashed out angrily, and many sword lights flew towards the 5-colored true dragon. However, this 5-colored true dragon was nearly tens of thousands of meters long, and its huge body contained an incomparably terrifying power. It still ignored his power and swallowed him whole. Rumble. The power that seemed to be able to destroy the world continued to explode, and everything in this part of the world was shaken into nothingness. Not even a speck of dust remained. The people who were fighting in all directions had already fled far away. When they saw this shocking scene, their faces were covered in cold sweat. This kind of terrifying attack was definitely not something that any of them could withstand alone. Now, there were only a few people left in the Red Snake's gang, and they were all terrified. Chu Miao was also afraid of Ling Xiao. Her charm technique had no effect on him, and her evil poison qi could not even get close to Ling Xiao's physical body in the slightest. When she felt the shocking power clashing again, she knew that the other side most likely also had a peak supreme being. If Bailey Yen could not suppress the other side, she was afraid that all of them would die here. Chu Miao was not paying attention, and Ling Xiao had already closed in on her. He blasted out a series of attacks, and Chu Miao kept spitting out blood. If it weren't for the fact that she wasn't wearing a defensive armor, Ling Xiao would have killed her already. At this time, the tremors on the other side finally subsided. A figure quickly shot towards Chu Miao. A giant claw suddenly appeared and grabbed Chu Miao. "Run!" Chu Miao cried out in alarm. This person was Bailey Yen. He had actually pulled Chu Miao away. The red-scaled snake that was fighting with Dragon Fifth also broke free and was kept by Bailey Yen. In the blink of an eye, it had already escaped millions of miles away. As for the other high-level supreme beings, they also broke free from their opponents. They did not dare to continue fighting, and fled as fast as they could. But in the end, most of them were still left behind, and only 2 high-level supreme beings managed to escape. Ling Xiao's divine spirit clone had already used up all of its power, and his entire body was extremely weak. There were also many sword wounds left on his body, and it would be difficult for him to recover in a short time. Fortunately, I scared that guy away. Ling Xiao's divine spirit laughed bitterly, and turned into soul power that entered the sea of consciousness of the real body. When the soul power returned, Ling Xiao's face also became much paler. His divine spirit had indeed used up too much. He had no choice but to immediately take out the ghost spirit grass and consume it to recover the injuries to his divine spirit. At the same time, he absorbed all the remaining divine spirits that had been killed in this world so that he could recover to his peak as soon as possible. "Brother Yuan, let's leave this place first," Ling Xiao said, and quickly left this place with Yuan Zhantian, returning to the blue moon space for the time being. Bailey Yen, who had already escaped far away, stopped. Chu Miao was still in shock as she asked, "Big brother Bailey, is the other party really that powerful?" Bang! As soon as she finished speaking, Bailey Yan's divine body instantly exploded, and the divine blood splattered all over her body, causing her to involuntarily let out a soft cry. "Big brother Bailey, how are you?" Chu Miao cried out in alarm. Bailey Yen did not reply, and with great difficulty, he reassembled his divine body. He immediately took out many divine items from his spatial ring and swallowed them, recovering his injuries and some divine power. After a while, he said with a pale face, "That little bastard is too strong. I'm afraid it's some kind of ancient divine skill. Moreover, it's a skill that cultivates 5 elements at the same time. No wonder even I can't suppress him. It seems like we've suffered a double loss this time. The power of that attack just now was too terrifying. Even a peak sovereign like him had suffered heavy injuries, so he had no choice but to flee decisively. He was afraid that the other party still had the strength to attack, and if that happened, he wouldn't be able to block it. He's really that powerful." Chu Miao said with a look of disbelief. She understood how powerful Bailey Yen was, and if even he wasn't a match for the other party, they indeed had no chance of winning. Furthermore, the other party had the advantage in numbers, so they didn't have any advantage at all. "It seems that we have to admit defeat this time, even if we ask the other members of the Red Snake Society to take action. I'm afraid that it will only anger the Cyan Wind Alliance, so it's not worth it." Bailey Yen sighed softly. What else could Chu Miao say? She also knew how powerful the Cyan Wind Alliance was. For the sake of the overall situation of the Red Snake Society, it was even more impossible for them to take revenge. "Let's go. I didn't expect such a monster to appear. If he's a little more powerful, I'm afraid that he'll be comparable to Feng Qing. No, I know who that kid is. He must be that person's descendant. No wonder he's so powerful," Bailey Yen said, then suddenly thought of something and exclaimed, "Descendant of what person?" Chu Miao asked in confusion. "The Ling Ba King, Ling Taichu, who founded the Cyan Wind Alliance with Feng Qingyang." Bailey Yan's old eyes flashed with some fear. "It's actually him. Hasn't he disappeared for many years?" Chu Miao's expression changed slightly as she said, "Yes, he's disappeared for many years, but that doesn't mean that he's dead. Maybe he's just returned to his homeland. Let's go. Let's forget about this matter. That person is even more overbearing than Feng Qingyang. Whoever provokes him can only die," Bailey Yen said with a wry smile. He then summoned the red scale snake and sat on it. Together with Chu Miao, they left the place and returned to the base of the Red Snake Gang. In another direction, Ling Xiao brought Yuan Zhantian with him and rushed back to the blue moon space at full speed. Lu Piapiao was relieved to see Ling Xiao return safely. Ling Xiao ordered Lu Piapiao to arrange a place for Yuan Zhantian to recover from his injuries. He also needed to recover before talking to Yuan Zhantian. At the same time, he also asked Lu Piapiao to ask Feng Qingyang for the 3 supreme celestial materials of metal, fire, and ice. He planned to upgrade the Golden Dragon Spear and the Ice and Fire Swords immediately after he recovered from his injuries. This was so that he wouldn't be unable to use the power of the divine weapons in battle and wouldn't be able to exert a stronger advantage. He didn't have many weapons refining materials in his collection. He had taken some from those supreme celestial puppets, but he needed rarer and higher-grade materials. He believed that Feng Qingyang would not be stingy to give him some. 3 days later, Ling Xiao finally recovered to his peak state. Lu Piapiao had also obtained some rare weapons refining materials from Feng Qingyang. He didn't come out of seclusion. Instead, he took the opportunity to use these materials to upgrade his 2 divine weapons. "This time, I'll try using my spirit to see if I can upgrade them to a higher grade," Ling Xiao murmured and entered the refining state. Chapter 1582. Inside the seclusion room, Ling Xiao refined the divine materials one by one. These divine materials were extremely hard, and every one of them was a material that had to be added into the ancient divine equipment. It was not something that ordinary people could casually refine. Even though Ling Xiao used his own heavenly fire to burn them, it took him a total of 49 days to refine all of them. The golden dragon spear and the ice and fire swords had a connection with Ling Xiao, and they had the ability to evolve on their own. When these materials were refined by Ling Xiao dripped his blood essence onto them, and they immediately resonated with him. Soon, they absorbed the materials into their bodies and evolved on their own, transforming into new shapes. This time, Ling Xiao used the blood essence of the divine spirit to reforge them, hoping that they could become high-grade ancient divine equipment in one fell swoop. That way, the power they could unleash would naturally be much stronger. However, when they were completely formed, Ling Xiao was disappointed. The blood essence of the divine spirit was not the blood essence of the divine spirit, after all. It could only elevate them to the peak of mid-grade ancient divine equipment, and not to the high grade. Fortunately, they were much more compatible with Ling Xiao. They were like Ling Xiao's left and right arms. With just a thought from Ling Xiao, they could attack as he wanted. Fortunately, their artifact souls have grown a lot stronger. Ling Xiao looked at the two artifact souls that had appeared and said with satisfaction, if others knew that Ling Xiao could elevate them to this level, they would definitely be amazed. Anyone who could continuously elevate their own weapon was definitely something to be excited about. That way, they could multiply their attack power, and it was not something that other weapons of the same grade could compare to. How many people wanted to cultivate a divine equipment that could become one with them but could not? When Ling Xiao came out of seclusion, Yuan Zhantian had already rested and reorganized himself. His entire aura was filled with even more unwillingness and hostility than before. Sooner or later, I will destroy them, Yuan Zhantian said coldly to Ling Xiao. Being captured was a great humiliation to him. If he didn't take revenge for this, he wouldn't feel good in his heart. All right, then I'll leave them for you to deal with. However, put this matter aside for the time being. We'll talk about it after you've progressed further. Ling Xiao respected Yuan Zhantian's decision. Don't worry, I know what to do. I intend to continue adventuring outside. Before I step into the higher levels, I will definitely not cause them any trouble. For now, I will spare their lives. Yuan Zhantian said solemnly. That's right. Previously, in the extreme metal turbulence space, Yuan Zhantian had obtained an opportunity to improve and even refine the extreme metal chi. Hence, he wanted to venture into more dangerous places to speed up his improvement. This path was naturally extremely dangerous. The slightest carelessness would lead to death. Since ancient times, countless people had sacrificed their lives for the sake of raising their cultivation. However, Ling Xiao agreed with Yuan Zhantian's decision. That was because he knew that Yuan Zhantian, like him, was a person with a great aura. He would not fall so easily. Yuan Zhantian informed Ling Xiao and left the Blue Moon space alone. Ling Xiao knew that the day Yuan Zhantian returned would be the day he massacred the Red Snake Gang. Seems like it's time for me to go back and report. Ling Xiao muttered to himself and went to find Lu Piapiao. After talking with Lu Piapiao for a while, he went to bid farewell to Feng Qingyang, Ning Qingang, and the others. This time, he would be out for a long time. In order not to worry his people in the heaven domain, Ling Xiao planned to go back first and hand over the 2 Genesis stones he had obtained to his tribe. Then, he would plan to deal with the Winged Men tribe and the Demon Tiger tribe to take their Genesis stones. Before leaving, Ling Xiao had traded a lot of supreme divine materials in the Cyan Wind League. After he returned to the Heaven area, he would help the Heavenly Dragon Sect and the Heavenly Dragon Sect to raise more incipient God Realm experts. That way, the Kim people and the Dragon Gate would have enough support to deal with any changes in the future. Before leaving, Lu Piapiao did not go with Ling Xiao. Instead, she stayed in the Blue Moon space to become stronger. It was not that she did not want to go with Ling Xiao. It was because she knew that Ling Xiao would make a big move in the near future. She hoped that she could become stronger quickly to help him. Ling Xiao was eager to go back. He rode his ghost and rushed back to the Heaven Domain at full speed. Ling Xiao didn't know that when he returned to the Qingyu realm, the Qingyu realm was in chaos. because his identity as the successor of the Soul Clan had been exposed by the Dark Shadow Clan. The Soul Clan was one of the ancient clans. They were infamous. They had offended many ancient clans. In the end, they were annihilated by the alliance of the other clans. The battle of annihilating the Soul Clan had been passed down to this day. Within the Heaven Domain, many people didn't understand the Soul Race at all. However, they felt that since the Soul Race had been exterminated by the ancient clans, then the Soul Race must be an unpardonable evil race. They imagined them to be the evilest race, and there was already hatred in their hearts. Thus, when the Dark Shadow Clan revealed that the first master alchemist of the Dragon Gate was the successor of the Soul Clan, the other clans condemned him. After that, there were many people who wanted to fish in troubled waters and some ignorant people who stirred up a commotion. It created a wave of condemning Ling Xiao in the Heaven Domain. When the Kim people and the Dragon Gate received the news, they immediately felt pressured. Their hearts started to waver. Many of the external businesses of the Dragon Gate were attacked by some unknown forces. At first, they chose to suppress and kill them directly. They showed the strong foundation of the overlord forces and suppressed many of them. However, this caused many rumors. It was said that the Dragon Gate had a large number of descendants of the Soul Clan. They were protected by the Kim people and the Dragon Gate. After this rumor spread, the entire realm of heaven was in an uproar. Many ancient clans and forces that had conflicts with the Kim people and the Dragon Gate were ready to take action. They wanted to form an alliance to suppress the Kim people and the Dragon Gate. The most radical ones were the Dark Shadow Clan, the Winged Men Clan, the Sword Cleansing Manor, and the Divine Axe Gang in the Sky Dragon region, the Demon Tiger Clan and the Evil Blood Cult in the Sky Sparrow region, the Iceblade Alliance and the River Chart Sect in the Mysterious Sky region. These forces were famous existences in the big regions. Naturally, many people responded to their calls. They forced the Kim people to hand over Ling Xiao and all the members of the Soul Clan. They were ready to exterminate the remnants of the evil. They thought that with their calls, they would be able to make the big forces in the Heaven Domain join their ranks. They would form an alliance to suppress the Kim people and the Dragon Gate. However, some things were beyond their expectations. This was because while they opposed it, there was a wave of support from different people. The supporters said that the Kim people were jealous of the inheritance that Ling Xiao had obtained. They were jealous that Ling Xiao had become the supreme alchemy god. They wanted to cut off Ling Xiao's inheritance. They wanted to destroy the Kim people and the Dragon Gate. They wanted to seize the foundation of the other party. Their hearts were sinister and extremely vicious. If this wave of support was said by ordinary people or by the people of the Kim people themselves, perhaps no one would respond. However, these words came from the overlord forces of the Heaven Domain. This caused even more people in the Heaven Domain to make a fuss about it. The representatives of the forces that supported Ling Xiao, the Kim people, and the Dragon Gate were mainly the Medicine Alliance of the Tianyuan region. There were also the Yen Clan, the Thousand Beast Alliance, the Barbarian Race, the Gu Clan, the Black Tortoise Gate, the Lotus Cult, the Shao Clan, the Blazing Flame Merchants of the Sky Dragon region, the Sun and Moon Sect. These supporting forces were not the slightest bit inferior to the opposing forces. In fact, the name of the Medicine Alliance had even suppressed the opposing forces to the point that their voices were much weaker. With the public support of these forces, the pressure on the Kim people and the Dragon Gate was greatly reduced. No one dared to easily attack the businesses of the Dragon Gate. Even so, an undercurrent had already begun to quietly sweep through the heavenly domain. Vaguely, there was an unknown force secretly plotting against the Kim people and the Dragon Gate. The Dragon Gate had been developing rapidly in recent years. Not only had the internal strife ended, but Ling Xiao had also become the supreme alchemy god. Everything in the sect was harmonious, and everyone's strength was rapidly improving. However, because of the recent lack of rumors, the hearts of the people here were wavering. Many people hoped that Ling Xiao could appear to break these rumors and calm the people's hearts. However, more people hoped to fight for justice. This was because Ling Xiao was the only supreme alchemy god in the Dragon Gate and the only supreme alchemy god in the Sky Dragon region. Someone wanted to break his inheritance and the luck of the Dragon Gate. Therefore, they absolutely would not bow down to those opposing forces. If anyone dared to offend them, they would definitely use all their strength to kill them. In the Kim people's territory, it was much quieter than the outside of the Dragon Gate. The Kim people were the High Human clan. With the protection of the Golden Dragon, they could be said to be fearless. If anyone wanted to attack the dragon-gazing mountain range, they absolutely had the confidence and courage to compete with any force. The Golden Dragon did not appear, but it did not mean that they would tolerate others bullying them. In the Kim people's conference hall, many supreme elders of the Kim people gathered to discuss how to solve the current situation. They all felt that a storm was coming, so they must be prepared as soon as possible. Patriarch Ling Bo was the first to speak. Xiao's safety concerns the future of our clan. We must not allow anything to happen to him. No matter where his inheritance came from, he is a member of the Kim people. Whoever wants to kill him, we will destroy them. Grand Elder Ling Xiao also stood up and said, "Yes, without Xiao, our clan cannot have more than a dozen supreme elders. He has his own fortune, but he is being targeted by outsiders. This is a provocation to our clan. I hope that all the elders will work together to protect Xiao and everyone around him." The Kim people were famous for their unity. Since the Patriarch and Grand Elder had spoken, the others also expressed their support for their decision. There were even a few elders who had been in seclusion for many years who came out to support the people. One of them had reached the peak of the Supreme Alchemy God stage. Although he was not on the sovereign list, his cultivation was unfathomable. He was an old, undying existence among the Kim people and was someone from the same generation as Ling Taichu. Chapter 1583. In the antiquity time, Demon Soul City was a city directly under the Soul City. After the Soul Clan was destroyed, this city became the main territory of the Dark Shadow Clan. After that, the Dark Shadow Clan had rested and gathered all their properties. All the warriors returned to their clan to cultivate and strengthen themselves. Only Demon Soul City was left as their base in the outer world. Today, Demon Soul City had started to seal the city to prevent the residents from entering or leaving. It was a complete lockdown. The city lord's mansion was even more heavily guarded, and there were extremely powerful energy ripples coming from it. Ordinary people would not be able to get close to it at all. In the main hall of the City Master's Palace, there were more than 10 experts with reserved auras. If a supreme expert came here, he would see more than 10 people sitting in the hall. All of them were at the incipient God realm. Moreover, they were the elders representing the super forces in the heaven territory. If Ling Xiao were here, he would recognize the peak of the supreme expert sitting in the main seat. Surprisingly, it was Shadow Horse, the one he had fought with in outer space. After Shadow Horse had succeeded, these four brothers had been wandering for many years in outer space. They had been searching for many divine materials that could improve their fellows faster. When they were about to return, they met Ling Xiao. They wanted to take Ling Xiao's Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop. Unexpectedly, Ling Xiao and his puppets had killed them. Of the four brothers, only Shadow Horse could run away alone. He had returned to the heaven territory. After he had returned to his ancestral land, he knew that the one who had killed his three brothers was the one who had a grudge against his clan. Shadow Horse immediately knew all about Ling Xiao. He also knew that Ling Xiao was one of Kim people's men. He was also the only alchemy god in the Heaven Dragon territory. Although Shadow Horse was shocked, he wasn't afraid. He wanted to take revenge for his three dead brothers. Thus, he had come personally to persuade the big forces. He had notified the ancient clans that used to have a grudge against the Soul Clan. He had created many rumors to pressure Kim people and the Dragon Gate. However, he hadn't expected that Ling Xiao had a good relationship with many powerful forces in the Heaven territory. He had supported him, which hindered his plan. Right now, he had some fear in his heart, but he couldn't just let it go like this. Therefore, he gathered the representatives of many forces and prepared to deal a fatal blow to Kim people and the Dragon Gate. Guys, our Dark Shadow Clan is going to use all of our forces to destroy the Kim people and the Dragon Gate. What do you think? Ingma looked at the representatives of the other forces sitting on his left and right. As soon as these words came out of his mouth, everyone revealed a somewhat moved expression. However, there were a few who seemed to be very interested. It seemed like they had some grudges with the Kim people. It's a good idea, but everyone knows that the dragon-gazing mountain range is where the Kim people live. Even if all of us go all out, we may not be able to break through that place. A supreme martial artist representative of the Devil Tiger sect replied with a sneer. This person was only a middle-level supreme being, but he was seated at the lowest position. This showed that the status of the Devil Tiger sect was higher than the other powers. It was common knowledge that the Kim people had the protection of the Golden Dragon. As soon as he said this, the expressions of the others became a little ugly. The supreme martial artist representative of the sword-cleansing manor raised his eyes and said, "This matter is very important. Unless we all go all out to destroy them, it will be our end. I reserve my opinion for now. Does your sword-cleansing manor also want to be the number 2 in the Heavenly Dragon area? We, the Beast People clan, are willing to fight with the Kim people. We will take the Dragon Pearl and suck the dragon blood." A supreme martial artist of the Beast People clan said in a buzzing voice. The murderous aura around him was awe-inspiring, giving people a bone-chilling feeling. A supreme martial artist of the Evil Blood sect said in a sinister voice, If we really attack, it will not be easy to destroy the Kim people. They also have allies, but it should be possible to stop them from entering and leaving the outer territory." He paused for a moment and said, "However, we and the Kim people have not reached the point of death yet. What benefits will we get from helping the Dark Shadow clan? If there are no benefits, the Evil Blood sect will withdraw." The words of the supreme martial artist of the Evil Blood sect touched the bottom of these people's hearts. No one would do anything without benefits. If there were not enough benefits, no one would want to do such a strenuous and unrewarding thing. I, Ingma, have been in the outer territory for many years. I have almost traveled all 4 territory roads. There are indeed some materials here. If you like them, as long as you are willing to help the Dark Shadow clan, we will naturally not treat you badly. After saying that, Ingma took out some of the rare supreme divine materials that he had collected in the outer territory for many years and showed them to the people present. For a moment, all kinds of medicinal fragrances filled the air, and the divine materials flashed with different divine lights. Everyone's eyes turned red with envy. In the end, most of the people here decided to help the Dark Shadow clan kill the Kim people and the supreme martial artists of the Dragon Gate. A few families retreated. Although they wanted to destroy the Kim people and the Dragon Gate, they chose to kill them one by one in the end to reduce the number of the Kim people and the Dragon Gate's supreme martial artists. When the number of the supreme martial artists was reduced, it would be much easier to exterminate the entire clan. After this conspiracy was over, there were more than 40 guests outside the 9 Heavens territory of the dragon-gazing mountain range. These people were led by Ingma and other supreme martial artists at the incipient god realm of the super forces. They were waiting for the Kim people and the Dragon Gate's incipient god realm. Fortunately, the Kim people had raised their vigilance and tried their best not to go out. However, some of the Kim people's supreme martial artists who had just returned from the outer territory didn't know about this. Some of them had been killed by these people. When the Kim people suddenly found that some supreme martial artists had fallen and their jade tubes of life had disappeared, it immediately attracted their attention and vigilance. However, they still didn't expect that the enemy was in the outer territory above them, quietly waiting for them to appear. The Kim people's Ling Fei had finally entered the ranks of the supreme martial artists with the help of the supreme divine elixir. However, unlike Ling Qin, he had reached the peak of the low-level supreme martial artist in one fell swoop. Instead, he had barely broken through to the low level. His realm wasn't stable yet. Even so, Ling Fei was extremely excited. He only felt that he was the only one in the world. No matter what kind of opponent he encountered, he had the power to fight. Thus, he called his big brother, Ling Chun, and prepared to go to the outer territory to learn from each other. He wanted to see which level his fighting capacity had reached. Ling Qin had also cultivated for many years. He wanted to reach the peak of the low level as soon as possible and break through to the middle level. However, this step wasn't so easy to take. Recently, the outside world was in an uproar because of the fact that Ling Xiao was the successor of the Soul Clan. He couldn't cultivate in peace. Thus, he agreed to Ling Fei's request to go to the outer territory to fight and learn from each other. Before they left, the founding elder of the clan knew about it. He reminded them not to go too far as it was a troubled time. The two of them naturally agreed, and then they charged towards outer space. "Ha! I can finally break the 9 skies and enter the outer territory," Ling Fei shouted happily after he had broken through the 9 skies. Ling Fei had entered the half-incipient god realm earlier than Ling Chen. However, he had entered the ranks of the supreme martial artists many years later than Ling Chen. One reason was that he had given the supreme divine elixir Ling Xiao had given him to Ling Chen. Later on, he had received another one from Ling Xiao. However, he wasn't in a hurry to break through. Instead, he continued to cultivate the half-incipient god realm to the peak before breaking through with the help of the pellet. All along, Ling Chen was above Ling Fei in all aspects. It was just that his realm had stagnated after being the sect master for many years. If Ling Fei wanted to catch up with Ling Chen, he needed to work harder. "Brother, come on. You've just broken through, so your realm isn't stable yet. After this battle with me, you will gain a lot," Ling Chen said to Ling Fei. "All right, big brother. Take it." Ling Fei's fighting spirit rose. After a shout, he turned into a gold flood dragon, storming towards Ling Chen. Golden Dragon Fist. Each punch carried the immense dragon power, which was the ancient god technique created by the ancestors of the Kim people. Ling Fei's fists pounded on Ling Chen without mercy. Ling Chen sneered, urging 60% of his competence to attack Ling Fei. Their fists collided. Each of their attacks was like 2 dragon kings who were about to turn into dragons tearing each other. Metal energy currents splashed everywhere. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In this battle, Ling Fei had increased his combat power by more than 30 times, and he was fighting to his heart's content. While they were fighting, a few people quietly walked out from the darkness. 2 golden dogs have come. It seems like they're fighting each other here. It's really enjoyable. It's like they're fighting dogs. Brother Xiong's words are too much. They're fighting dragons, right? Look at those 2 golden dragons. They're quite beautiful. How can you say they're fighting dogs? Not to mention, dogs can also turn into dragons one day. Maybe they're in the process of transforming. After waiting for so long, we've only killed a few golden dogs. These 2 are still too weak. Let's have some fun. These people mocked and ridiculed unscrupulously, not even bothering to hide their whereabouts. "Who is it? Do you want to die?" When Ling Chen and Ling Fei heard those voices, they shouted angrily. Anyone who heard such insults wouldn't be able to bear it. Moreover, these 2 were important figures in the Kim people's circle. They had never been mocked like this before, for people walked out of the darkness. They were all at the incipient god realm at the supreme realm. They had restrained their auras and sneered disdainfully. They looked at Ling Chen and Ling Fei as if they were already dead. Among these 4 people, 2 were mid-level supreme experts and the other 2 were low-level supreme experts. They were Ying Jun of the Dark Shadow Clan, Wu Gu of the Evil Blood Cult, Xiong Dugong of the Bear Tribe, and Ba Te Ri of the Divine Axe Gang. As soon as the 4 of them appeared, the space around them was immediately sealed off by the power of space. Apparently, they didn't want to let Ling Chen and Ling Fei escape. "Who are you guys?" Ling Chen hissed and then sent a message to Ling Fei. "They don't come with good intentions. If you have a chance, you should run back to your clan to save them. I'll hold them back." "Why are you talking to them? Daji? Let's kill them." Ling Fei had just broken through to incipient god realm, so his fighting will was as high as the sky. The battle with Ling Chen just now had benefited him greatly. Now that there were enemies who had delivered themselves to his doorstep, he wanted to have a good fight. He ignored Ling Chen's words and unleashed all of his explosive force, charging towards one of them. Chapter 1584. Ling Fei's figure was like a dragon, and his golden fists were vast. His battle prowess had increased by more than 30 times, and it was not a problem for him to fight against a mid-level, low-level expert. A golden dragon roared and smashed towards Bart Ri of the Godly Axe Gang. "Humph! A newly advanced sovereign dares to act fierce in front of me. Bartre snorted coldly. The aura around him suddenly condensed, and a vacuum of gravity rippled out. The gravity was tens of thousands of times stronger, and the nearby turbulence and astral winds became extremely slow. Gravity field. Ling Fei's figure suddenly sank, and he could not help but exclaim, "It's good that you know die." Bartre laughed sinisterly, and suddenly attacked. In the void, a giant fist composed of tens of thousands of rocks smashed towards Ling Chun. "Brother, be careful," Ling Chun shouted, and his battle prowess erupted, shooting in the direction of Ling Fei. However, one person stepped in front of him and said, "Golden Dog, your opponent is me." This person was Xiong Dugong, and he was extremely tall and broad. He held a divine steel hammer in his hand, and a domineering aura pervaded the air. "Get out of my way." Ling Chun knew the seriousness of the situation, and he gathered all his battle prowess into a fist, and the image of a dragon roared and tore out. Several dragons tore apart heaven and earth, wreaking havoc in all directions, and many spaces collapsed and fell. This move of Ling Chen's was already comparable to a mid-level sovereign. However, Xiong Dugong did not have any fear because he was at the same level as Ling Chen and had also reached the peak of the low level. Moreover, he had the extraordinary strength of Tenbin, and he suddenly swung the divine steel hammer in his hand. Bang bang! This hammer strike was like a meteor shower, forcefully smashing the Flood Dragon King into smithereens. Xiong Dugong's hammer force broke Ling Chen's move, but he was very dissatisfied. "You can actually fight against my hammer." "Very good. Golden Dog's battle prowess is indeed strong, and it will be interesting to play like this." Xiong Dugong's voice was like a bear's roar, and his hammer smashed towards Ling Chun like a meteor. Ling Chen's fighting spirit was at its peak. He roared towards the sky and attacked like the wind and thunder. The powerful dragon fist released many dazzling golden lights. Rumble, rumble. Ling Fei against Bartre, and Ling Chun against Xiong Dugong, caused the entire world to tremble, and many divine lights constantly splashed in all directions. Ying Fu and Wu Gu, who were watching the battle, had reckless expressions, and had no intention of intervening. "Brother Wu, how long do you think these two golden dogs can last?" Ying Fu sneered as he looked at Wu Gu. Wu Gu fiddled with a bone weapon in his hand. His entire body was covered in a thick blood aura. He revealed a sinister smile and said, "These two golden dogs aren't ordinary. I'm afraid we'll need to intervene to take them down." Wu Gu played with a bone tool in his hand, and his body was covered in thick blood qi. He revealed a sinister smile and said, "These two golden dogs are not ordinary. I'm afraid we will need to intervene to take them down." Ying Fu said, "Golden Dog's ancient emperor divine art is indeed one of the ancient divine arts. If you use your evil blood church's blood transfer technique, you might be able to create a few juniors with golden blood," Ying Fu suggested. Ying Fu felt goosebumps all over his body. He knew that the evil blood sect had all sorts of evil secret techniques that made people feel disgusted. Even the devil tiger sect was a little afraid of them. From this, it could be seen how evil they were in the Sky Tiger domain. Ying Fu felt a chill run down his spine. He knew that the evil blood church had many evil secret techniques and was much more powerful than Ling Fei. Even the devil tiger sect was somewhat inferior to them. After all, Bateri was already at the peak of the low level and was much stronger than Ling Fei. Even if Ling Fei used his full strength, he would not be able to deal with him. Unfortunately, Ling Chen's ancient emperor divine art had increased his strength by nearly 40 times, and even Ling Fei's divine steel hammer was unable to deal with him. Unfortunately, Ling Chen's ancient emperor divine art had increased his strength by nearly 40 times, and even his divine steel hammer was destroyed. Secret technique. Vast and mighty emperor's aura. This was an ancient secret technique that could produce a rippling emperor's aura, causing the opponent to feel as if they were facing their king, causing them to feel fear from the bottom of their heart. It could suppress the opponent's movements for a short period of time, giving him an opportunity to attack. Xiong Dugong was suppressed by Ling Chen's secret technique, making him feel as if he had encountered the Bear Emperor. causing his body and mind to panic, and an impulse to kneel down and worship him. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ling Chan erupted with all his strength, and the golden dragon fist mercilessly enveloped Xiong Dugong. This golden dog does have some ability, but don't even think about killing my clan's ally. Ying Fu had been paying attention to the battle between the two sides. Suddenly seeing that Xiong Dugong was about to be killed by Ling Chan, he immediately spoke, and his figure disappeared into the void, rushing towards Ling Chan to kill. Just as Ling Chen's golden fist was about to land on Xiong Dugong's head, Ying Fu's sneak attack had already arrived behind him. Ling Chen's hair stood on end, and he immediately gave up his attack on Xiong Dugong. His body quickly sank, and luckily escaped this fatal blow, but a long wound appeared on his back. Without thinking, Ling Chan immediately turned around and blasted out several punches, each punch carrying the power to destroy heaven and earth. In addition, a golden dragon king appeared beside him. This was a flood dragon that was infinitely close to the true dragon image, appearing extremely powerful. Golden light splashed in all directions, and the dragon's mouth spat out a mouthful of golden light towards Ying Fu. This golden dragon king was Ling Chen's holy beast protector, and was already a low-level 11th order existence. You haven't transformed into a true dragon yet, so don't even think about threatening me. Today, let's have a dragon-slaying feast. Ying Fu sneered, and the divine sword in his hand transformed into a long beam of light that slashed towards the golden dragon king. Many wind blades flew back and forth, their power extremely terrifying. The golden dragon king's combat power was extraordinary, and although it could not increase its combat power by 100 times like a true dragon, it could still increase its combat power by 30 or 40 times without a problem. It used its powerful body to continuously sweep away these blades, but its dragon scales were constantly being slashed by these blades, and its golden blood was constantly flowing out. The gap between levels was always a huge chasm, and it was still too difficult for it to fight above its level. Ling Chan originally wanted to fight together with it, but he hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth and rushing towards Ling Fei. Saving Ling Fei was his top priority. Dark Shadow Clan, Beastmen Clan, Divine Axe Gang, you're really good. You actually dared to kill us. In the future, I'll definitely destroy all of you. Ling Chan swore in his heart. At this time, Ling Fei was being suppressed by battery, and his divine body had been seriously injured. If this continued, even if Ling Fei did not die, he would never be able to advance again in the future. Just as Ling Chan was about to reach them, the evil blood temple's Wu Gu finally moved. The bone weapon in his hand flew out, directly piercing through the sky, and shot towards Ling Chen's back. This bone weapon was like a meteor, extremely fast, and impossible to defend against. Puff! Before Ling Chan could react, he felt a stabbing pain in his back, and his divine body was directly pierced by the bone weapon. Nourish my treasure, Wu Gu sneered, his palms forming various gestures, and the bone weapon moved along with his palms, once again returning to stab at Ling Chan. This was definitely the realm of one with the weapon. Ling Chan hurriedly parried while recovering his divine body, but the bone weapon had reached the mid-level, and he was unable to deal with it. Haha, Golden Dog is only a so. Aren't you all famous? Today I, Wu Gu, will properly beat up your dogs and drink your dog blood. Wu Gu revealed a bloodthirsty expression as he laughed wildly. He was the most powerful existence among the four, at the peak of the mid-level and cultivating an evil art. Ordinary supremes were not his match. He continued to control the bone weapon to stab Ling Chan, his face full of wantonness. Bastard! I'll kill you all. Ling Chan was once a sect master, but he was being mocked and humiliated like this. With a roar of rage, he erupted with even greater battle prowess, activating an even denser bloodline power, and his battle prowess doubled again. The Jiao dragon behind him transformed into the true dragon elephant and grabbed the bone artifact with one hand. It didn't even care if its arm was broken. Break! Ling Chan gritted his teeth and blasted out with all his strength, forcibly breaking the bone weapon. Bastard! How dare you destroy my divine weapon? Wu Gu was finally angered. He shouted in shock and turned into a bloody shadow as he charged at Ling Chun. A bloody palm slapping down on Ling Chun. Bang! Ling Chun was sent flying, and his divine body was on the verge of exploding. If not for the fact that he cultivated the ancient sovereign divine art, and his physical body was incomparable to ordinary low-level supremes, this palm would have been enough to take his life. Secret art, vast imperial aura, the ultimate form of the golden dragon fist. Ling Chun roared angrily at the oncoming Wu Gu, and even used the last of his battle strength, vowing to kill this person even if it cost him his life. However, Wu Gu's cultivation was far above Ling Chen's. Although Ling Chun had intimidated him, Wu Gu had already recovered by the time Ling Chen's fist energy landed on him, and a palm reached out to grab Ling Chen's heart. Pooh! Wu Gu's hand pierced through Ling Chen's chest, and Ling Chen's heart was crushed. Ling Chun screamed in pain, and his aura weakened. His divine energy was already scattered, and it was impossible for him to counterattack. Wu Gu gripped Ling Chen's neck with one hand, and he sneered, "Golden dog, I can slaughter you like a dog right now, but I want to taste your blood first." After saying that, he actually bit down on Ling Chen's neck. A wave of murderous aura started to surge, and waves of powerful suction force appeared. The blood essence in Ling Chen's body was sucked out by him. When Ling Fei, who was fighting Battery to the death, saw this scene, he immediately glared at him and shouted, "Big brother!" He also activated the richest blood qi in his body, and his battle strength was raised to the extreme. Dragging his heavily injured body, he shot toward Ling Chun, wanting to help his big brother. However, before he could fly far, many meteorites suddenly smashed down from the sky, directly drowning his body. Battery flew over and directly stomped on Ling Fei's back, breaking Ling Fei's spine and causing him to vomit blood. Two golden dogs are only SOSO. It seems that it won't be long before we kill them all. Battery laughed heartily. Is that so? In that case, I'll kill all of you first. A voice filled with killing intent rang out from afar. Chapter 1585. Then I'll kill all of you first. This voice was cold, but it was also filled with an intense killing intent. It was as if it had come from the depths of hell, and anyone who heard it would feel as if they had fallen into a frigid cellar. Who is it? Bart shouted with a frown. A figure rushed over from afar like the wind, and the space around him trembled slightly as a golden light appeared. Bang! Bart was still in a state of vigilance and doubt, but his head was directly blown apart by the golden light. His divine sense overflowed, but it was sealed by an invisible force and devoured by that person. The rest of the people present were all stunned. A peak low-level supremacy didn't even have the ability to fight back, and was killed by a single blow. Brother, can you still hold on? That person helped the heavily injured Ling Fei to his feet. This person was none other than Ling Xiao, who had rushed back from the blue moon space. He had sensed the battle here from afar, and the blood in his body was beating non-stop. Realizing that there were clansmen fighting here, he grew anxious. He thought that the ghost soul beast was too slow, so he put it away and used the Stormwind movement technique to rush over. Fortunately, he had arrived a step early, or else Ling Fei would have been tortured to death by that person. I'm fine, hurry and save Big Brother. Ling Fei struggled to gather his strength, and when he saw Ling Xiao, he immediately responded. Ling Xiao looked in another direction, only to see that Ling Chen's aura was almost cut off, and there was someone who seemed to have transformed into a blood demon and was sucking his blood essence. How dare you? Ling Xiao's voice was like thunder, shaking the entire world. At the same time, a soul power attack burst out from the divine dragon phoenix hoop, directly attacking Wu Gu's sea of consciousness. Ah! Wu Gu let out a miserable shriek as he let go of Ling Chen. His blood and energy dissipated, but his soul didn't perish under Ling Xiao's furious attack. He wasn't dead yet. It's him, he's Ling Xiao, the son of the soul race's inheritance. Let's join forces to kill him. We can't give him any chance. Ying Fu had fought with Ling Xiao before, so he immediately recognized Ling Xiao and couldn't help but exclaim, "So this brat is Ling Xiao. He looks so soft and tender, but he does have some ability. Wait for me, old bear, to smash him to death." Xiong Dugong had already turned into a bear man, and his battle strength was no less than a mid-level supremacy. He roared and charged towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He used the stormy wind movement technique and merged with the space around him. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Xiong Dugong. "A beast man like you isn't fit to talk to me." Ling Xiao roared at Xiong Dugong, and the sound waves of the dragon's roar shook Xiong Dugong to the point that blood flowed out of his 7 orifices, and his divine body was on the verge of exploding. Ling Xiao used his hand as a blade and slashed a golden sword light towards Xiong Dugong. Bang! Xiong Dugong's body, which was comparable to a mid-level 11th rank holy beast, was actually split in half by Ling Xiao's sword, and blood exploded like fireworks. Ying Fu, who was about to assassinate Ling Xiao from the void, stopped in his tracks when he saw this scene, and his old eyes were filled with fear. "Brother Wu, kill that golden dog. I've already informed the others to hurry over." Ying Fu shouted, and his wind attribute power was pushed to the extreme, and his figure shot backwards to escape. Although Wu Gu's divine soul was injured, he still had a certain amount of battle strength. The bone weapon in his hand appeared, and he stabbed towards the head of Ling Chun, who no longer had any strength to resist. "Die!" "No." Ling Fei couldn't help but roar when he saw this scene, but he couldn't help Wu Gu. "Do you think you can kill me?" Ling Xiao sneered and disappeared again. When he reappeared, he actually stood in front of Ling Chun and grabbed Wu Gu's bone weapon. "You dare to grab my weapon? Go to hell." Wu Gu grinned maliciously, and a bloody aura was transmitted into the bone weapon. The bone weapon instantly soared, and a scene of corpses piling up for thousands of miles appeared. Many white bones piled up like a mountain of bones, and they carried a thick death aura and bloody aura. Even if a supreme of the same level held this bone weapon, he would still suffer from the attack of these forces and die. "You want to deal with me with just a rotten bone? How naive." Ling Xiao sneered, and strength burst out from his hand. His palm was like a top-grade ancient god artifact, and it directly turned the bone weapon into dust. The bloody aura and death aura were all swept away by the innate Yin wind bead. "What?" Wu Gu instantly retreated 1,000 miles, and he roared in shock. His bone weapon was a mid-grade ancient god artifact, and it was one with him. Even a peak mid-grade supreme would not be able to easily shatter it. But this young man in front of him did it so easily. How could he not be shocked? "You're actually not running? Saves me the trouble of chasing you." Ling Xiao was somewhat surprised to see Wu Gu not running away. "Humph, you may be strong, but I, Wu Gu, have many ways to deal with you. Why would I need to run?" Wu Gu coldly snorted, and immediately summoned some of his skeletons. Suddenly, a dozen or so white skeletons appeared beside him. These skeletons were of both humans and beasts. They were lifeless, but there was a strange blood-red mark on their foreheads, emitting bursts of bloody light. "Kill them all for me." Wu Gu's forehead flashed with the same blood-red mark as these skeletons, and it emitted bursts of red light as he ordered. The dozen or so white skeletons, upon hearing his order, dashed towards Ling Xiao. Their speed wasn't any slower than a supreme incipient god realm expert, and their deep white bones seemed to be like an ancient god artifact. They made clanking noises, and they could pierce through space to descend on Ling Xiao's head. The evil blood cult of the heavenly tiger region. A memory flashed through Ling Xiao's mind, and he said in a low voice, he didn't expect that this evil cult, which had always been nesting in the heavenly tiger region, would also participate in dealing with the Kim people. It seemed like many things had happened in the years he was gone. Of course, Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of these lifeless white skeletons. Although their bones were like ancient god artifacts, and they might be a threat to ordinary supremes, they couldn't harm him at all. Ling Xiao's palms and fists were like blades, and waves of noble golden dragon energy flowed as he casually attacked the skeletons. Crack, crack. As soon as these human and beast skeletons came into contact with Ling Xiao's fists and feet, they were instantly broken and turned into powder, no longer existing. However, a wisp of blood qi flashed on their foreheads, and it shot towards Ling Xiao. This blood qi was a kind of evil thing. Once someone touched it, they would easily fall into a frenzied state, lose their mind, and lose their vitality, giving others a chance to take advantage of it. However, this blood qi was just some fertilizer to Ling Xiao. The innate Yin wind bead absorbed the blood qi, and the blood was evaporated by the heaven flames. In just a blink of an eye, these skeletons were completely smashed by Ling Xiao. Do you have something stronger to rely on? If not, you can die now. Ling Xiao's feet moved like the wind, and he dashed towards Wu Gu. His body is so strong, and he doesn't fear my blood qi. This kid is too powerful. Wu Gu secretly exclaimed. He didn't dare to fight with Ling Xiao, and directly retreated. However, how could his speed compare to Ling Xiao's? Ling Xiao had already arrived in front of him, and divine wind feet madly kicked at Wu Gu. Wu Gu only felt the shadow of a leg attack, and his divine body exploded. Divine blood splattered everywhere, and he screamed incessantly, "Evil dragon, come out!" Wu Gu cried out in alarm, and a shadow suddenly appeared, covering the sky and covering the sun. Roar! 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 Dragon roars shook the surroundings, and everything around was shaken to pieces. Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes at the shadow, and he sneered, "It's actually a 9-headed dragon snake. Haha, I haven't seen it for many years." Wu Gu's holy beast was shockingly the same 9-headed dragon snake that Ling Xiao had obtained in the past, as well as the dual attribute beast cores of ice and fire. Of course, this was not the same one he had encountered before. This one was of a higher level, and it was even more powerful. Its 9 heads hissed incessantly, and its body was as large as a mountain. This 9-headed dragon snake spat out ice and fire energy at Ling Xiao, wanting to kill Ling Xiao. Just in time to satisfy Dragon Fifth's hunger, Ling Xiao didn't plan to fight this 9-headed dragon snake, and he directly summoned Dragon Fifth. Dragon Fifth was like a king of beasts, and he let out a true dragon's roar, causing the 9-headed dragon snake's body to tremble uncontrollably. It had dragon blood in its body, and it belonged to a branch of the true dragon clan. Naturally, the suppression it received was even more severe. Dragon Fifth opened his mouth wide, and he directly bit down on one of the 9-headed dragon snake's heads, tearing it to pieces. True dragon divine beast. Wu Gu's face suddenly turned ashen, and he didn't even think about escaping into the void. He was already at his wit's end. However, how could Ling Xiao let him escape? Once again, Ling Xiao descended upon Wu Gu's head and stomped down on it. Wu Gu resisted with all his might, but every part of Ling Xiao's body was like an ancient divine artifact, and Wu Gu's body was crushed to pieces. "Brat, you'd best let me go, otherwise, our evil blood temple will not rest until you're dead." Wu Gu was terrified, and he had no choice but to threaten Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao grinned fiendishly. "Rest assured, this king will flatten your evil blood temple sooner or later. For now, I'll kill you in place of my elder brother." As his voice rang out, the power beneath his feet exploded, bursting Wu Gu's skull. A dense black malevolent energy wrapped around Wu Gu, quickly corroding him into nothingness. His soul was absorbed by Ling Xiao, so his space ring naturally fell into Ling Xiao's hands. Ying Fu had escaped, but Ling Xiao wasn't worried because he had already sensed other auras rushing over. Glancing over, Yang Kai gathered Ling Fei and Ling Chun around him and fed them divine pills and divine spring to help them restore their divine strength. As for the blood essence Ling Chun had lost, Ling Xiao fed him a divine blood bead, allowing him to quickly replenish it. "Big brother, little brother, all of you return to the clan immediately. There are still people coming over. I'll deal with them later." Ling Xiao saw them quickly absorb the medicinal efficacies of the divine pills with the help of the ancient sovereign divine art and immediately ordered. Chapter 1586. Ling Chun and Ling Fei knew that Ling Xiao's competence was extraordinary. It wasn't something they could jump to conclusions about. "Brother Xiao, you have to be careful. Many things have happened recently. The Dark Shadow Clan has gathered many people to deal with you. They want to seize the chance to eradicate our Kim people and the Dragon Gate," said Ling Chun, his face pale. Ling Fei also said, "Yeah, you should come with us to our clan first. They won't dare to attack us." "Brothers, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. It's impossible for them to kill me. You guys should go back to your clan first. I can't defeat them. If I want to run away, they can't do anything to me." Ling Xiao frowned. He didn't expect that the Dark Shadow Clan wouldn't give up their evil plan. They dared to attack the Kim people and the Dragon Gate. Shi Yen couldn't help but have a thick murderous desire. The two of them knew that Ling Xiao had made up his mind. After giving him some advice, they returned to the Heaven Territory and their clan. At this moment, over 30 figures flashed over from all directions. Besides that, numerous divine beasts that blotted out the sky were roaring incessantly, and all sorts of divine lights illuminated the surroundings. As soon as these dozens of people appeared, the entire area was sealed by layers of barriers. Even a high-level supreme expert couldn't run away easily. "Haha, little bastard, you're finally back. I thought you would wait until I slaughter all the Kim people. Then you would be willing to come back." Ing Ma laughed ferociously. His 3 brothers were killed by this little bastard in front of him. Today, he wanted to take his revenge. No wonder why the Dark Shadow Clan dares to attack the Kim people. Turns out you're back to stir up trouble here. Ling Xiao looked at Ing Ma and raised his eyes. Then he said, "Did you forget that I killed you that day? You had to run away in panic. How dare you come here to die today?" Shadow Horse's face twitched. He suddenly remembered that Ling Xiao could suddenly summon a large number of people to besiege them. He immediately shouted, "Everyone, let's kill this brat together. He has too many treasures on him. He can summon helpers at any time." As the Shadow Horse barked, his 8-flag spear instantly appeared. The terrifying strength of a pinnacle sovereign instantly reached its peak. The 8-flag spear immediately emitted terrifying wind blades, turning the surroundings into nothingness as they flew towards Ling Xiao at full speed. The others didn't understand why the Shadow Horse was so afraid of Ling Xiao, but since it had given the order, they had no choice but to attack Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, the Shadow Horse was still too late. Ling Xiao only needed a thought to summon his supreme puppet at the same time. Originally, there were only 30 supreme puppets left, but now there were more than 60 supreme puppets. On his way back, he encountered 2 groups of marauders, so he simply collected them one by one to help him deal with his future enemies. It had to be said that Ling Xiao had the mind-controlling art, which was equivalent to having countless puppets to help him. The sudden appearance of so many people gave those supreme beings who came to surround and kill Ling Xiao a huge fright. However, the 8-flag spear of the Shadow Horse had already fallen on top of Ling Xiao's head. Ling Xiao was like a towering mountain. His eyes were like lightning, and an invisible doppelganger suddenly appeared. The 7th move of the Emperor Dragon Heaven Extinguishing Art, Lotus Pedicle, blocked the 8-flag spear attack. "Today is the day you die." Ling Xiao cast a murderous look at the Shadow Horse. "What a joke. Even if I die today, I will definitely kill you, little bastard." The Shadow Horse was like a devil, looking at Ling Xiao with a desire to eat his flesh and pull out his tendons. He formed a mysterious hand seal, and the 8 flags quickly combined together, turning into a terrifying long rainbow that continued to attack Ling Xiao. This power was already the Shadow Horse's sure-kill attack. He felt that as long as Ling Xiao died, the others would no longer be a threat to him. Ling Xiao's divine soul did not dare to neglect, and immediately increased its combat power by 70 times, and the 5 dragons appeared in an instant. The 5 true dragons merged into one, turning into a huge 5-colored true dragon, and rushed towards the 8-flag spears. Rumble! The 2 powerful forces directly shook the space in this area, causing it to explode. The sputtering power of the attributes caused the others to retreat far away in pain, and the weaker ones were seriously injured. Under this attack, Ling Xiao's god soul was shaken. He vomited blood and was forced to retreat. However, he still managed to resist this attack. The Shadow Horse was incomparably shocked. This attack of his had nearly killed Ling Xiao in the past. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao having so many sovereign puppets to protect him, he wouldn't have been able to appear here again. You can't kill me. Today is the day you die, Ling Xiaoyu said coldly. His divine soul activated the storm-like footwork and approached the shadow horse. Then he madly attacked the horse. The god soul was invisible, and ordinary people couldn't capture it. Even the shadow horse didn't have this ability. The others didn't want to fight anymore. Seeing Ling Xiao's more than 60 incipient god realm experts appear all of a sudden, they were all shocked. Ling Xiao's puppets were fighting 2 against 1, but they had the upper hand. Shortly, they killed several incipient god realm experts, and Ling Xiao's real body was like a god of slaughter. His storm steps made it hard for people to catch him. Wherever he went, he would smash someone's head, suck their god soul, and collect all the treasures. Damn it! God Clan, when are you going to take action? The shadow horse couldn't do anything as Ling Xiao's god soul clones bullied him. He could only use the 8 flag spears to protect his body. He was so angry that he had to summon more helpers. TSK, we thought you could deal with this kid. Seems like we, the God Clan, need to take action. In the space, some white lights flashed. Some shadows with wings quietly appeared. Only the Winged Men tribe called themselves the God Clan. They had 4 people, but one of them was at the peak of supremacy, and the other 3 were high-level supremacies. They had actually sent out 4 of these top-notch figures at once. It was obvious that they were determined to obtain Ling Xiao's Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop. They had a pair of snow-white wings on their bodies. Halos twinkled above their heads. Waves of white light floated, making them look like angels descending to the mortal world. When the person who spoke landed, white light surged and instantly lit up this part of the world. The white light fell on Ling Xiao's god soul, revealing him immediately. Those birdmen again. Damn it! Ling Xiao cursed under his breath. He immediately called back the god soul clones. At the same time, he wanted to retreat. The 4 birdmen were really intimidating. Among them, the peak of supremacy wasn't someone he could deal with. If the other party directly killed him, then everything would be over. Guys, help me kill him. The Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop is yours. Shadow Horse exhaled in relief, pointing at Ling Xiao and talking to the 4 winged men. These 4 winged men had a majestic aura. Their power was pure, but they gave off an overbearing vibe. I don't need you to say that. The Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop belongs to the God Clan. After I take him down, you guys can deal with the others. The peak of supremacy said arrogantly. His name was Jedron. He was a winged man who was infinitely close to becoming a supreme pontiff. His power was comparable to shadow horses. However, his light attribute could make Ling Xiao's god soul appear. He could even restrain Ling Xiao's soul power attack. They came prepared this time. As soon as Jedron finished speaking, he formed a seal with his hands, and triangular-shaped balls of light appeared. Waves of light energy leaped and fell on Ling Xiaoju. Ling Xiao could faintly sense that these triangular balls of light contained boundless power. Once he was trapped, it wouldn't be easy for him to break free. Ling Xiao used the Tempest movement technique and quietly dodged these attacks. He was prepared to summon everyone to temporarily retreat into the Heaven Region race. However, he underestimated Jedron's power. He laughed coldly and formed a seal with his hands. The triangular balls of light instantly turned into tens of thousands of triangular balls of light. They surrounded Ling Xiao's escape routes and pressed down on him. Ling Xiao's spiritual avatar appeared again, and a dragon's roar sounded. Roar! The dragon's roar was Ling Xiao's greatest weapon. Its power was absolutely terrifying. Could cause the nearby space to collapse and shatter. The triangular balls of light suffered a lot of impact, and many of them collapsed. If not for the fact that Ling Xiao's spiritual avatar had reached the high-level supremacy stage, the dragon's roar wouldn't have been so powerful. After the dragon's roar, Ling Xiao's spiritual avatar moved its fists and legs and shattered the remaining triangular balls of light. Hee! What a powerful spiritual avatar. Let me purify you and make you my divine race's servant. Jedron laughed coldly and instantly turned into a ball of white light that shot towards Ling Xiao. At the same time, his palms released waves of white light that pressed down on Ling Xiao. The powerful pressure made Ling Xiao feel extremely suffocated. His opponent's energy was much stronger than the shadow horses. Ling Xiao was no longer in the mood to continue fighting. Just as he was about to retreat, he saw dazzling lights flashing in other directions. Several forces instantly descended on him. "Oh no!" Ling Xiao's spiritual avatar exclaimed. He wanted to use his movement technique to dodge, but it was already too late. He felt his spiritual avatar being restrained by an extremely uncomfortable force. He wanted to move, but he couldn't. He wanted to turn into a spiritual avatar and return to his sea of knowledge, but he couldn't. This was definitely the first time he had encountered such a troublesome situation. The three high-level supremacy winged beings in three different directions each held a divine mirror in their hands. Each divine mirror was flashing with beams of light that tightly restrained Ling Xiao's spiritual avatar. He couldn't struggle at all. "Haha, my divine race has a special way to deal with your evil attacks. Destroy them for me." Jedron laughed maniacally. His attack had already landed on top of Ling Xiao's spiritual avatar. The power of this attack was so terrifying that even a peak supremacy wouldn't be able to withstand it. Ling Xiao's real body had already taken out the divine Bodhi Bao. He had to stop Jedron. Otherwise, his spiritual avatar would be destroyed. However, the shadow horse was charging towards his real body, not giving him any chance at all. Just as Ling Xiao was regretting his decision to stay, several dragon roars came from a different direction. Chapter 1587. Several dragon roars came from the other end of the sky, shaking millions of miles around. Space collapsed unceasingly. Turbulent space currents turned into powder. Several flows of gold light with immense aura arrived like a golden electric current. The supreme experts and incipient God realm experts fighting in this area were astounded. Many of them had their ears ringing. While Jedron was about to destroy Ling Xiao's God soul, a golden dragon roared and attacked from a far distance. Its formidable power wasn't less than Jedron's. If Jedron wanted to kill Ling Xiao, he would be swallowed by this golden dragon. "Damn it! Those golden dragon dogs are here!" Jedron cursed under his breath. His power changed, slapping on the golden dragon. Rumble! The formidable energy shook and shattered the restraints of the three-winged warriors. Ling Xiao's God soul used this loosened energy to get rid of the restraints. He returned to his real body and stopped the shadow horse from killing his real body. "You dare to kill my fellows? I, Ling Taimeng, will kill you bastards." An old yet not overbearing voice rushed into the night sky, shaking everyone present to the point that they felt their imposing manner dissipate. Everybody looked at the newcomers. They saw some old men of the Kim people riding on the Dragon King, which was sparkling with gold light. The leader of them was riding a high-level 11 gold true dragon. Their intimidating auras made people click their tongues in awe. Besides the 6 of them, more than 10 supremes of the Kim people stormed out from the sky of the heaven area. All of them had a thick murderous aura. Their gold light sparkled dazzlingly in this area. "Not good. The Kim people have dispatched all of them. We should retreat now." The shadow horse screamed in fear. He took the lead and ran away. The other supremes of the big forces didn't dare to linger. They ran away in different directions. "If you run away like that, you don't respect our Kim people," Ling Taimeng said gloomily. Then he took out a divine artifact. It was the top ancient divine artifact of the Kim people, the Golden Dragon Altar. The Golden Dragon Altar instantly became as huge as a mountain. A vast and majestic aura spread out in all directions. Shadows of golden dragons roared and soared into the sky. The moment the Golden Dragon Altar appeared, the surrounding space began to distort. An aura akin to the heavens assaulted from all directions, causing everyone's speed to slow down significantly. Jedron and the other 3 high-rank sovereigns had grave expressions on their faces. They didn't dare to stay any longer. They flapped their wings and wanted to leave at full speed. Ling Taimeng instantly shot out a mysterious power towards the golden dragon altar, and a few drops of blood essence flowed out, staining the golden dragon altar. Roar! Suddenly, the golden dragon altar glowed brightly. Many congealed golden dragons that were tens of thousands of meters long soared into the sky. 1, 2, 10. Almost 100 dragon shadows roared and rushed out in all directions. These golden dragon shadows seemed to be alive. They rushed towards the supreme incipient god realm experts who were running away. Their power was so majestic. Each attack was as powerful as a peak supreme incipient god realm expert's attack. Everyone felt the waves of power. They hated that they didn't have a few more legs. They couldn't run fast enough. Boom! Boom! The 100 dragons danced and exploded. The space within 1,000,000 miles was shattered. Golden light filled the area within 1,000,000 miles. The supreme incipient god realm experts who were too slow to escape were smashed into pieces. Not even their god souls were left. The strong ones had their god bodies explode. They couldn't recover from their injuries. Only a few of them were injured and could still escape. This attack shocked everyone for a long time. Then it gradually calmed down. At this time, the Kim people's army immediately killed all the injured supremes. Not a single one was left. Ling Xiao stared at this strike, and his entire body froze in shock. He found that even if his god soul clone could block one golden dragon's attack, he could barely do it. However, if there were 2 or more of them, he would die for sure. This was the first time he had seen the true foundation of the clan, and the true reliance. No wonder they could be the #1 ancient clan in the Sky Dragon area. They deserved their reputation. Little Xiao, are you okay? Chief Ling Bo and Great Elder Ling Qiu asked at the same time. Ling Xiao pulled himself together. He looked at them and slightly bowed. Chief, Great Elder, I'm okay. It's good that you're okay. I didn't expect the Dark Shadow clan and the Winged Man clan to be so bold. They dared to attack our Kim people. If you didn't come back in time, Ling Chun and Ling Fei would have died. Ling Bo shouted angrily. Then he turned to Ling Xiao and said, Come, Xiaoer. There are several ancestors waiting for you to come out of seclusion. Come and pay your respects. Ling Xiao wanted to go with Ling Bo. However, the ancestors of the Ling family had already arrived. Ling Bo introduced them one by one. Ling Xiao didn't dare to be careless. He immediately bowed to them. Haha! I didn't expect that after several hundred years, our clan would have such a powerful descendant. Moreover, he's a god of alchemy. Now that I've seen him, he's indeed a talented man. Ling Taimeng laughed. Ling Xiao looked at Ling Taimeng from up close. Although this old ancestor looked old, he was still brimming with vitality. Although the metal aura around him was restrained, it still gave Ling Xiao a sense of oppression similar to that of a dragon king. The domineering aura around Ling Xiao's face carried with it an oppressive aura. He was riding a real true dragon divine beast. Moreover, its strength was 1 level higher than Dragon 5th, reaching the high level of level 11. The others were all at the high level of the Great Masters. The Holy Beast Dragon King had reached the middle level of level 11. They looked at Ling Xiao with benevolent looks on their faces. The ferocious anger from before was gone. Thank you, Ancestor, for your compliment. I'm just trying to do better, Ling Xiao said modestly, which was rare for him. Yeah, it's good that you can think like that. As long as you work harder, our Kim people will be able to rule the heaven territory. Those bastards who dare to offend our Kim people, we will destroy them all sooner or later. Ling Taimeng held the shrunken golden dragon altar and shouted. Ling Xiao glanced at the golden dragon altar and thought, it's a terrifying divine weapon. With it, our clan doesn't need to worry. Ling Xiao followed his clansmen back to the Kim people. The news of Ling Xiao's return spread out to the outside of the Dragon Gate in just a blink of an eye. Even the news that the clan had invited the Golden Dragon Altar to kill dozens of incipient God Realm experts was spread out by the Kim people. The warriors of the Dragon Gate felt their blood boiling when they received the news. They felt better. They were worried that the other overlords would come to attack them. Today, the result of this battle had calmed them down. At the same time, The thought of replacing the Kim people's position in the Dragon Gate was extinguished. They all understood that the Dragon Gate couldn't leave the Kim people's protection. Otherwise, they would never be able to be the #1 force in the Sky Dragon area. Many supreme experts and incipient God Realm experts of the Kim people gathered in the meeting hall of the Kim people. After they had settled down, Ling Bo told Ling Xiao what had happened recently. After listening to him, Ling Xiao explained to the others, "It's true that I'm wearing the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop, the top treasure of the Soul Clan. However, the Dark Shadow Clan did that because they wanted to rob me of this treasure. I killed many of them. They came back to the Heaven territory to stir up trouble. Good kid, it's the legendary Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop. So, you know how to use soul power to attack." Ling Tai Meng's old eyes sparkled as he looked at the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop on Ling Xiao's forehead. Ling Xiao didn't deny it. He nodded and said, "Yeah, I got the inheritance of the Soul Clan. Of course, I know how to use soul power to attack. Also, I found the descendants of the Soul Clan. They're living in Sky Dragon City." Pausing for a while, he continued, "The Soul Clan isn't the old Soul Clan anymore. They're really weak. They're no different from ordinary warriors. Also, they recognize me. They won't use soul power to attack others unless they want to harm them." Ling Xiao told them everything. It was time to let them know his situation to avoid any grudges in the future. Everyone present exchanged glances with each other as a complicated look flashed across their eyes. Everyone had heard of the soul race's origins. Their soul power attacks were hard to defend against. Because of that, they had offended many people. Later on, the other clans had destroyed them. Today, they had reappeared in this world. Moreover, they had done it before them. However, they didn't know about it. The Soul Clan considers me a conservative. I won't give them up," Ling Xiao said solemnly. He was afraid that his clansmen would expel the Soul Clan's warriors. Then, he could only protect the Soul Clan. After all, in his previous 2 lives, he might have been Hun Feng. He had an inseparable relationship with the Soul Clan. Haha, there are things a man should do and things he shouldn't do, as expected of my clan's son. The Soul Clan is one of the ancient clans. Their soul power attacks are indeed unparalleled. If they grow up, they will indeed be feared. However, my clan's ancient Emperor Divine Art is not weak. As long as we are strong enough, we can also resist these soul power attacks. Of course, I don't mean to be enemies with them. I want to be on good terms with them. Our 2 great ancient clans will advance together. At that time, who would dare to offend us in the Heaven domain? Ling Timing's temperament was extremely forthright. Then he said, "Xiao Heir, don't worry. We won't do anything to the Soul Clan. It's best if we bring them into the sect to cultivate. They will become one with our Dragon Gate. In the future, they will be a great help. As long as we are strong enough, no one will come looking for trouble." Ling Timing's words undoubtedly showed his position. He completely supported Ling Xiao. "Yes, since the forefather has said so, of course, we won't have any objections. Xiao Heir, don't worry," Ling Bo also said. Ling Xiao was the supreme alchemist. His identity was too important. They absolutely didn't want Ling Xiao to leave their clan. The others also expressed their support. However, their eyes had some scruples. Ling Xiao had the 9-colored exquisite tree. He could see their thoughts clearly. He sighed inwardly. Those who aren't of our clan have different thoughts. They are still worried. Seems like after we destroy the Dark Shadow Clan, we should let them return to their clan's land to live. Chapter 1588. After Ling Xiao took out the wind and wood Genesis stones, the crowd was stunned. Everyone present was incomparably shocked. They didn't think that Ling Xiao would actually be able to collect 2 primordial stones during his trip to the foreign lands. It was truly a pleasant surprise for them, but at the same time they felt extremely ashamed. Ling Taimeng, Ling Bo, and Ling Qiu couldn't help but praise him. When they were about to leave, Ling Xiao asked to talk to Ling Taimeng. Ling Taimeng was a little surprised. If it was an ordinary disciple of the Ling family, he wouldn't have stopped. However, Ling Xiao was different. Of course, he couldn't treat him as an ordinary junior. When the crowd left, Ling Taimeng asked with interest, "Kid, are you afraid that the forefather will go back on his words and attack the descendants of the Soul Clan?" Ling Xiao could see that Ling Taimeng was a righteous man. Others couldn't compare to him. When he said that he wanted to advance together with the Soul Clan, he meant it. After all, at Ling Taimeng's level, there was nothing to be afraid of. Of course, he didn't need to worry about the Soul Clan's growth. Ling Xiao shook his head. "On this trip to the Eastern Territory, I met Precursor Feng Fengyang and forefather Ning Chenggang." Ling Taimeng's old brows arched as he listened to him. He asked hurriedly, "Then, do you have any news about my big, absolute beginning forefather?" Ling Taimeng and Ling Taichu were brothers. They had followed their big brother to outer space. Of course, they knew Feng Qingyang and Ning Chenggang. When Ling Xiao mentioned them, he thought of his big brother who hadn't returned for many years. Ling Xiao shook his head. "I heard Precursor Feng and forefather Ning say that absolute beginning forefather wants to go through all the dangerous places to reach the end of outer space to break through to a higher realm." Ling Taimeng looked disappointed. He sighed. "Big brother, incipient God realm is the limit of human beings. Why do you still want to pursue that illusory realm?" Then, he looked at Ling Xiao. "Did you get the Wind Genesis Stone from Old Feng?" Ling Xiao nodded and said, "Yes, that's good too. He's repaid Big Brother for helping him back then." Ling Taimeng sighed. At this moment, Ling Xiao asked, "Ancestor, are there any realms after incipient God realm?" This was the second time he had heard that Ling Taichu wanted to break through his limits and reach a higher realm. But he didn't understand what realm he could break through after reaching this step. Ling Taimeng answered, "Human clans' potentials are limitless. Their realms are at the peak of immeasurable realm. Who knows if there's any realm after incipient God realm? It is said that in ancient times, there was a deity who was able to split heaven and earth apart, create all things, and create the world. This kind of realm is not something we can achieve now, so it is said that after our realm, there is a realm that no one can step into. Perhaps some people have already stepped into it, but we have not encountered it. No one can say what kind of realm it is. It can only be understood but not described. Unless one day we can reach that step, we will understand what kind of realm it is." Ling Xiao was a little disappointed. He wanted to know what realm it was so that he could have a direction in the future. He didn't expect that this ancestor didn't know it either. Ling Xiao left the meeting hall and summoned many holy beasts, asking them to go to the dragon-gazing mountain range to take a breather. Ling Xiao left the clan and returned to his own mountain in the Dragon Gate. Today, dozens of mountains around his mountain had become the territory of the Medicine God Peak. The great alchemist's mountains were also moved here to protect the Medicine God Peak. The Medicine God Peak was also the mountain where Ling Xiao was staying. From a distance, it looked like a great force that could descend to the sky. Many elders and deacons gathered to protect it. It wasn't any less solemn than the main peak of the clan. When Ling Xiao appeared in the Medicine God Peak, everybody bowed to him. Some weaker disciples even kneeled on the ground to worship him. "Welcome back, Peak Lord," everyone shouted in unison, their voices shaking the heavens, and their might was like thunder, boundlessly vast. Everybody in the sect knew that Ling Xiao had returned. They all looked at him with worship in their eyes and slightly bowed to greet him. Ling Xiao said indifferently, "No need." Then, he directly returned to the main hall and met with the elders of the peak. He learned more about the sect's movements and the various matters of the peak. Ling Xiao wasn't used to managing these matters, so he just left them to Chang Haoyou. Chang Haoyou was already Ling Xiao's housekeeper on this peak. Although he was only a mid-level god king, some high-level god kings and even the Sinjin of Goguryeo had to be polite to him. After making some simple arrangements, Ling Xiao returned to his own backyard. When he returned to the backyard, he found that there were not many women around. He couldn't help but worry if something had happened to them. Fortunately, he learned from his mother that they had all entered seclusion or followed the elders of the sect to train and strengthen their cultivation. The main reason was that all the women knew that the many rumors in the heaven region were disadvantageous to Ling Xiao. Once something big happened, they would bear the brunt of it. Therefore, in order to share some of Ling Xiao's burden, all of them worked hard and strived to improve their strength. They didn't want to help Ling Xiao too much, but they hoped that they wouldn't be a burden to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was very gratified by their thoughts, but he was very touched. He had always been apart from them, but they were always thinking about him. It really made him feel ashamed. Ling Xiao planned to use the many divine materials he had collected in the outer realms to help them improve again, so that they could become stronger faster. He faintly felt that he might be in deep danger in the upcoming battle. Now, it was better to be prepared. Ling Xiao took out the divine materials he had collected one by one and gave them to the women who were temporarily on the peak. He asked them to wait for the others to come out of seclusion or return before handing them over to them. Now, most of them were at least at the Holy Emperor Peak realm. Feng Xianyun and Dongfang Jing had already become real god kings. Kai Shiue, Ji Beixin and Bai Yushi had all reached the demigod king realm. Ling Xiao's divine materials could help them reach the god king realm one by one, and it wasn't as simple as just entering the god king realm. What surprised Ling Xiao the most was that his son Feng Lingtian and his father Lingzhan had actually reached the god king realm. His son wasn't an ordinary god king either, but a mid-level god king. Ling Xiao then learned that Feng Lingtian and the high priest had indeed found the people of the Gu clan and obtained their recognition. Feng Lingtian was even more valued and received some inheritance. He was conferred the title of Gu clan prince and was expected to inherit the position of Gu clan patriarch in the future. However, Ling Xiao understood Feng Lingtian's character. Making him the patriarch was no different from taking his life. His children had grown up and each of them had their own opportunities. Ling Xiao wouldn't force them to do anything. What surprised Ling Xiao was that before he went to the foreign land, he had two women who had given birth to a son and a daughter for him. These two women were Wei Dyer and Luo Meiying. Ling Xiao remembered that Wei Dyer had told him that she didn't want children the most. When they were consummating their marriage, she had gone crazy. Could be the seed that was left behind at that time. His and Wei Dyer's son was called Ling Su Ri. He was born with a fire attribute body. On the day he was born, there was a strange phenomenon that shocked everyone in the sect. There was even a supreme incipient god realm expert with the fire god body who wanted to take Ling Su Ri as his disciple. Even though he knew that Ling Su Ri was Ling Zhao's son, he still had to take him. After hesitating for a while, Wei Dyer still agreed to the supreme incipient god realm expert's request. After all, that person was one of the strongest representatives of the divine body faction of the Dragon Gate. His name was Lao Dongshang and he was on the supreme list. Although his ranking wasn't high, he was one of the top figures in the heaven domain. He hadn't appeared for thousands of years, but he was alarmed by Ling Su Ri. There were two people in the Dragon Gate who were on the supreme list. Besides Lao Dongshang, there was also Lei Wanjun who was known as the Thunder God. His ranking was above Lao Dongshang and he was almost on the same level as Ling Taichu. He was also an old monster who hadn't appeared for many years. However, it was said that this person had gone to the foreign land tens of thousands of years ago and had never returned to the sect. At their level, there wasn't much worth staying in the heaven domain. All of them wanted to go to the foreign land to find that legendary realm. As for Luo Meiying's daughter, Ling Bingshui, she was born with the ice water body. Could be considered as one type of attribute or two. Ice and water interacted with each other and it was an extremely good body for cultivation. It wasn't much worse than Ling Su Ri's. This son and daughter's physique was extraordinary and they were much better than Ling Rue and Ling Ying. This was mainly because Ling Xiao, Wei Dyer and Luo Meiying's abilities were much stronger than before. Their children's bloodline was also much better. However, what made Ling Xiao curious was that they didn't awaken the power of the Kim people's bloodline. Instead, they had the innate talent of the heavy soul. This made Ling Xiao feel that maybe he and Hunfeng were the same person in his previous two lives. Ling Xiao met his son and daughter separately. Both of them looked at Ling Xiao with a bit of confusion and nervousness. They were only 13 or 14 years old and were still children. They hadn't reached adulthood yet. They were extremely curious about their father whom they had never met before. Fortunately, They had heard all kinds of legends about their father since they were young. They had long worshipped Ling Xiao in their hearts. They were just a little afraid of strangers. Ling Suri was 2 months older than Ling Bingshui. Although he hadn't grown up yet, it could be seen that this kid was extraordinarily handsome. At the same time, he couldn't restrain the aura of a king, which brought along bursts of flame power, revealing an overbearing temperament. Ling Bingshui was surprisingly indifferent. Looking at Ling Xiao, other than the nervousness at the beginning, his state of mind had actually calmed down very quickly. After the two of them called out "Lord Father," they didn't know what else to say. Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel a little emotional. As he wasn't often in the heaven region and didn't accompany his children, they didn't recognize him as their father anymore. Ling Xiao might as well put down everything and accompany them. He even taught them a little so that they wouldn't complain that he didn't fulfill his responsibilities as a father in the future. Ling Xiao's affinity was still there. Moreover, they were all his children. They were close by blood, so naturally, they got along very quickly. Chapter 1589. Ling Shuri and Ling Bingshui had received the best training since they were young, which was why they had reached the king stage at such a young age. After receiving Ling Xiao's guidance, their understanding of realms and the usage of various martial skills had also improved to another level. Among people of the same age, the two of them were definitely monstrous existences. Ling Xiao realized that in terms of comprehension, they both had attainments that were not inferior to his when he was young, and could always comprehend by analogy after guidance. After a month of getting along, the relationship between the father and daughter had improved by leaps and bounds, and Ling Xiao had obtained the approval of the two little fellows. Ling Shuri even took the opportunity to ask Ling Xiao to learn the art of alchemy. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, then decided to teach him the art of alchemy. No matter what, alchemy was always the most glorious profession in the world, and there was nothing wrong with his son becoming an alchemist like him. This could be considered as inheriting his mantle. Of course, Ling Xiao still wanted to understand his son's talent in alchemy before deciding whether or not to nurture him. If he was not talented in this area, then Ling Xiao would never allow him to be distracted. After Ling Xiao passed on some alchemy basics to him, he placed the Nirvana Heavenly Fire Pearl into Ling Shuri's Sea of Consciousness. The Nirvana Heavenly Fire Pearl's power had long been absorbed by the Demon Spirit Heavenly Fire Pearl, and there was almost nothing left of it. Now, it was even more subservient to Ling Xiao, and did not dare to have any thoughts of disobedience. Under Ling Xiao's instructions, it was combined with Ling Shuri. Ling Shuri himself had the body of the fire god, and his talent was exceptional. Now that he had the help of the Nirvana Heavenly Fire Pearl, it could be said that he was like a tiger that had grown wings. Ling Xiao naturally would not compare himself to him. He had exchanged many ice and water attribute divine objects on the domain road, and of course, there were some that were suitable for Ling Bingshui. However, Ling Xiao did not plan to help the seedlings grow, as it was not conducive to her growth. He only promised her to train hard, and these divine objects were naturally kept for her. Now, he could only give them to her mother, Luo Meiying, for safekeeping. Ling Xiao stayed in the peak for 2 months. In addition to teaching the two little guys, he naturally talked with his women in bed about some important life events. He also helped his direct descendants increase their strength and pacified the descendants of the soul race who were recuperating at Dragon Gate. In the past 2 months, Dragon Gate had spread the news of the battle outside the realm. Suddenly, the power of Kim people and Dragon Gate shocked many restless forces, and no one dared to spread those rumors. At the same time, Kim people immediately sent an oath to all the allies in the heavenly region to fight against the opposing forces. This move of the Kim people was to prevent those forces in other regions from acting rashly. Otherwise, the Kim people would unite with their allies to deal with them. Of course, they wouldn't let go of the fact that they had killed elder Kim people. The Kim people called back all the forces in the outside world, and the opposing forces also took action to prevent the Kim people from taking revenge. After resting for a few days, Ling Xiao finally set off for the wood grain race again. However, Ling Xiao was willing to send the colorful exquisite tree back to the wood grain race, but he naturally had a request. He asked the colorful exquisite tree for some exquisite leaves and exquisite qi, so that he could pass it on to others in the future. After all, there was only one of the 9 great divine trees, and it was not easy to get something from them. Ling Xiao had never been a person who was willing to suffer losses. If he didn't take advantage of the situation, then he wouldn't be him. This time, Ling Xiao didn't need to bring Yang Hai to the wood grain race. With his identity, he had long been recognized by the wood grain race. Ling Xiao had delivered the 9-colored exquisite god tree to the wood grain race, so he had naturally become their best friend and most honored guest. Some undying elders of the wood grain race came out and said that when Ling Xiao needed their help, they would use all forces of their race to help him. They had even given Ling Xiao a lot of divine materials of their race as a reward. Ling Xiao wouldn't be polite to them. This colorful, exquisite divine tree was much more precious than all the divine materials they had given him. At the same time, Ling Xiao had made an agreement with them that if Kim people or he needed their help one day, they would absolutely not delay it. Although the wood grain race lived in seclusion, they knew the big events out there. Of course, they couldn't refuse Ling Xiao's request. With this promise, Ling Xiao could ease his mind. Today, he was going to do something big. It was time to exterminate the Dark Shadow Clan. As long as the Dark Shadow Clan wasn't exterminated, Ling Xiao couldn't rest easy. He wanted to keep them as the whetstone for the Soul Clan's descendants. However, he had to do it earlier. Inside the Heaven Territory, he couldn't let any expert at the Supreme Incipient God Realm take action. It would destroy the living environment of the Heaven Territory. Once they did that, all the experts at the Supreme Incipient God Realm in the Heaven Territory would hunt them down. Even if Ling Xiao had endless competence and he was confident, he didn't want to break the rules like this. About how to exterminate the Dark Shadow Clan, Ling Xiao had a perfect plan. Ling Xiao arrived in the sky near the Dark Shadow Clan. He didn't release any aura, so no one could sense his arrival. "Get out!" Ling Xiao furrowed his brows, muttering to himself. Right after that, he soared through the sky, flying to outer space. He stood there quietly, as if waiting for someone to arrive. After a while, a shadow also soared through the sky, landing in outer space. "Greetings, Master." That man bowed to Ling Xiao. Surprisingly, this man was one of Ling Xiao's supreme puppets. However, ordinary people didn't know who he was. He was Ying Li, the supreme expert of the Dark Shadow Clan who had fought against Ling Xiao. He and Ying Fu wanted to kill Ling Xiao, but Ling Xiao had controlled him. After Ling Xiao had controlled him, he didn't keep him by his side. Instead, he asked him to return to the Dark Shadow Clan to monitor their movements. If Ling Xiao had been in the Heaven Territory when the Dark Shadow Clan had launched the attack, Ying Li would have come to report the news. Today, Ling Xiao wanted to exterminate the Dark Shadow Clan. Of course, he needed Ying Li to report the situation of the Dark Shadow Clan so that he could make arrangements. According to Ying Li's report, after the battle 2 months ago, the forefather of the Dark Shadow Clan was scared out of his wits. He didn't expect that Kim people could be that powerful. He had a top-grade ancient god weapon that could kill so many supreme experts with one strike. In that battle, the Dark Shadow Clan also lost some supreme experts at Incipient God Realm. Now, they had used all the resources of their clan. At most, they had 15 supreme experts at Incipient God Realm. Besides Ying Li, there were 2 high-level supreme experts, and the rest were at the middle or low level. There were many people at the King God Realm and above, about 300 or 400. Originally, there were only around 200 people. However, Ying Ma had returned and taken out the treasures he had collected for many years. He had increased many King God Realm experts and several supreme experts at Incipient God Realm. The others weren't in Ling Xiao's calculations. After all, Ling Xiao could kill anyone below the King God Realm at any time. Besides them, there were several supreme experts of the Beastmen clan in the Dark Shadow Clan. Ying Mali had used some rare treasures to entice them to stay and guard the clan. At the same time, Ying Li also knew something important. The Dark Shadow Clan had shown signs of submitting to the Demon Tiger Clan. Ying Ma was considering whether to move the clan to the Heaven Tiger area. He was afraid that the Kim people would come to take revenge. However, this was a big event. Ying Ma couldn't be careless. Many people in the clan opposed it. Ing Ma was also hesitant. After understanding the situation, Ling Xiao immediately asked Ing Li to return to the Dark Shadow clan. He took out the Fantasy Eye Mirror Stone and planned to set up a great formation here. He would wait for the incipient God Realm experts of the Dark Shadow clan to come. As long as he could kill these supreme experts at incipient God Realm, even if he came to the Dark Shadow clan to kill all of them, it wouldn't disturb the other forces' incipient God Realm experts. The great formation set up by the Fantasy Eye Mirror Stone would fall into the enemy's hands if they didn't have some extraordinary skills. They would never be able to escape the illusion of the formation. I don't know how many people Ing Li can bring here. I hope Ing Ma can do it himself. Capturing him is the same as capturing half of the Dark Shadow clan. Ling Xiao sat in front of the Fantasy Eye Mirror Stone and muttered. At this moment, he didn't have a bit of pity in his heart. The Dark Shadow clan must be destroyed to pay for the death of the Kim people's ancestor. Not long after that, Ing Li came with the incipient God Realm experts of the Dark Shadow clan. Ing Li, you said that the Kim people came here. Where are they? Ing Xuanan, a high-level supreme expert of the Dark Shadow clan, looked around and asked. For other supreme experts came with him. 2 of them were at the middle level and 2 were at the low level. Ing Li pointed at Ling Xiao and said, Look, isn't he over there? He came alone. Let's go and capture him. Ing Xuanan and the others looked at Ling Xiao's direction. All of a sudden, a flow of illusory energy rippled, attacking their minds and making them fall into an illusion. Only 5 people came. Seems like I have to spend more effort. Ling Xiao was a little discontented. The 5 supreme experts of the Dark Shadow clan in front of him had lost themselves in the illusory formation. They had started to attack each other crazily. Ling Xiao didn't want to waste time. His God Soul clones flew out and started to deal with them quickly. He wanted to lure the other supreme experts of the Dark Shadow clan to control or kill them one by one. There was no suspense at all. In less than 2 hours, the 5 of them had been beaten half to death by Ling Xiao. They wouldn't be able to recover in a short time. Ling Xiao first restrained Ing Xuanan, who was the strongest among them. Then he took down the others. As long as they didn't die, no one in the Dark Shadow clan would know anything. After Ling Xiao controlled them, he waited for them to recover their god power and bodies. Then, he sent Ing Xuanan back to the Dark Shadow clan to lure the others here. Ing Xuanan's competence was much stronger than Ing Li's. Of course, his words carried more weight. Finally, Ing Ma and the other supreme experts were lured to outer space. Ling Xiao looked at Ing Ma and the others through the illusory eye mirror stone. He smiled sinisterly and said, It's time to end all of this. However, Ling Xiao didn't expect that when Ing Ma and the others stepped into this illusory formation, there was a beastman who could see through all the illusions of this illusory formation. Chapter 1590. In the Beastmen race, the most numerous races are the Bearmen, the Werewolves, and the Serpents. Apart from the Bearmen race, the Werewolves race was also invited by the Shadow Horse. There are a total of 5 people. Among them, 3 are from the Bearmen race and 2 are from the Werewolves race. Among these 5 people, one of the Werewolves is a high-level supreme being. He also has the bloodline of the Heavenly Wolf and has the unique Heavenly Wolf Eye. The Heavenly Wolf is the top wolf imperial family among all the wolf beasts. It has the noblest bloodline and is a wild beast like the Heavenly Hound. The Heavenly Wolf Eye is unique. The Heavenly Wolf Eye can see through all nothingness and see through all evil things. The illusion formation that Ling Xiao laid down still couldn't escape the Heavenly Wolf Eye divine light of the werewolf. Good fella, you actually laid down such a big formation, but it's useless. Watch me break it. The werewolf roared and immediately attacked in all directions, destroying all the small illusion eyes that Ling Xiao laid down. Ling Xiao was still waiting in front of the illusion eye mirror stone to watch a good show, but he didn't expect to find that all the illusion eyes that he laid down were destroyed. Hey, you can actually break my illusion formation, Ling Xiao said with some surprise. He wasn't worried at all. He didn't only have one trick in the illusion formation. Motherf***Ker. "It's you again, you stinking brat. If I don't kill you today, I swear I'm not a human." The shadow horse immediately swept his gaze over Ling Xiao and roared. When enemies meet, their eyes turn red. The shadow horse absolutely didn't want to let Ling Xiao go. However, Ling Xiao also wasn't afraid of the shadow horse. He had already forced this person to retreat twice in a row. He absolutely couldn't let him escape the third time. All of Ling Xiao's puppets had already appeared, surrounding Shadow Horse and the others. Every time it saw Ling Xiao's people, the Shadow Horse almost wanted to vomit blood. Every time he went out to fight, he brought such a group of people. Wasn't this clearly bullying the few with numbers? Shadow Horse knew that this was one aspect of the soul race that people feared. They could control countless puppets, and it was indeed anyone's nightmare. Shadow Horse's 8 spears reappeared, but before he could launch his most powerful attack, Ling Xiao's divine soul was already everywhere, attacking him crazily, forcing him to immediately enter a defensive state. After all, no one from the Winged Clan could reveal Ling Xiao's figure this time. "Wolf Head, come help me." The 8 flagged spears of the Shadow Horse kept circling around him, creating many wind blades, which made it impossible for Ling Xiao's divine soul to get close. These 8 banner spears were high-grade supreme divine artifacts, and the Shadow Horse was powerful, so its might was naturally extraordinary. If it weren't for the fact that Ling Xiao's soul strength wasn't weak, he naturally wouldn't be able to restrain him. The wolf head was a high-grade werewolf with the heavenly wolf eyes. He couldn't reveal Ling Xiao's body, but he could see the existence of Ling Xiao's divine soul. This werewolf's eyes were fierce, and its body was as strong as an ancient god artifact. It tore a mid-grade supreme being in half, let out a long howl, and rushed towards Ling Xiao's divine soul clone. Ling Xiao originally wanted to let the high-grade puppet stop him, but after thinking about it, he decided to use his real body to stop the werewolf. Ling Xiao's real body erupted with 70 times the combat power, causing his strength to reach the peak of the mid-grade. When he attacked with the Emperor Dragon heaven-destroying art, ordinary high-grade supreme beings wouldn't be a match for him. However, this werewolf could also transform. His originally humanoid body was now covered in golden fur. His figure grew a few meters taller, and his human head turned into a ferocious wolf's head. His strength also instantly increased by several times. "Who do you think you are to stop me? Die!" Wolf, I shouted, and instantly swung out an extremely domineering golden fist. Its strength was actually close to the late-stage high-grade supreme being. Ling Xiao was shocked, and he quickly withdrew his determination to fight head-on. His Tempest movement art turned into a storm, and countless footprints with incomparably dense corrosive black wind shrouded Wolf Eye. Ling Xiao's Tempest movement art could be said to be the fastest movement art in the world. With his current strength, even Wolf Eye would have a hard time tracking his existence. Countless footprints trampled over, and numerous black wind blades attacked continuously, making it impossible to guard against them. Wolf Eye originally wanted to fight barehanded, but the black wind blades corroded his golden fur, causing him to lose quite a bit. He had no choice but to take out his spiked mace to fight. Wolf Eye's strength was still very strong, and it wasn't difficult for him to break free from Ling Xiao's restraint. However, Ling Xiao had summoned Chao Chao Tsong to attack Wolf Eye together with him. Wolf Eye couldn't support the Shadow Horse. As long as they could stall the Shadow Horse, Ling Xiao's other puppets could besiege and kill the other incipient God Realm experts of the Dark Shadow Clan and the Beastmen Clan. However, these two clans were the ancient clans, and they had secret techniques that ordinary supreme beings couldn't compare to. Their fighting competence was extraordinary. Luckily, Ling Xiao had many puppets. Basically, it was 3 against 1, and they still had the upper hand. However, the other high-grade Supreme Master of the Shadow Nether Clan took out a great killing weapon that had been passed down from the ancient times of the Shadow Nether Clan. It was called the Shadow Divine Sword. Although the dim Shadow Divine Sword wasn't as intimidating as the Golden Dragon Altar of Kim people, it had the power to slash everything. If it wasn't a top-grade ancient god weapon, no other divine weapon could resist its brutal power. This high-level supreme being was the chief of the Dark Shadow Clan. With the dim shadow divine sword, he had killed a high-level supreme being, a mid-level supreme being, and 3 low-level supreme beings, which had reduced the number of puppets on Ling Zhao's side. You want to destroy our Dark Shadow clan? You're not qualified. The chief of the Dark Shadow clan released his divine power. He held the divine sword and slashed the other puppets. However, it was difficult for him to fight alone. Among Ling Zhao's dozens of supreme martial artist puppets, there were 6 high-level supreme martial artists. Apart from Chao Tsong and the one who had been killed, there were 4 others. If 2 of them attacked him, it would be difficult for him to save the others. The Shadow Horse had brought more than 10 supreme beings, but in just a blink of an eye, they had lost 10 of them. Ling Zhao's side had lost more than 20 people. After all, the Dark Shadow clan and the Beast clan had extraordinary battle prowess. Even if they died, they could drag 1 or 2 people to the grave with them. Ling Zhao's real body and Chao Tsong attacked the Wolf Eye. The battle was also very fierce. The Wolf Eye was strong, and his body was not weaker than Ling Zhao's. Under the joint attack of the 2 people, he didn't seem to be at a disadvantage. Ling Zhao couldn't help but feel a little anxious. This was because the Shadow Horse didn't care about anything and wanted to escape. If they let him escape again, he would definitely become a big scourge for the Kim people in the future. Next time, he would definitely have more sinister plots to plot against the people of the Kim people. At that time, it would be difficult to capture or kill him again. Go over there and perish together with him. Ling Zhao issued an order. Several supreme puppets, which were already heavily injured, flew in the direction of the Shadow Horse. In the outer realms, Ling Zhao had made the supreme puppets explode to scare away the Shadow Horse. Now he was using the same trick again. Even if he couldn't kill him, he could injure him severely and capture him with his divine soul. The Shadow Horse had been in a defensive state the whole time. When it suddenly saw several people flying towards it, it immediately became vigilant. Looking at the other party's disregard for everything, it knew that something bad had happened. Damn it! It's impossible to kill me! The Shadow Horse roared and quickly fled. It was determined not to die with these people. However, at this moment, Ling Zhao's divine soul used the 8th move of the Imperial Dragon Heaven Extinguishing Art. 5 dragons become 1. 5 dragons of different colors blocked all of the Shadow Horse's escape routes and madly attacked it. As long as the Shadow Horse was prevented from escaping, it would definitely die. However, the Shadow Horse wanted to escape, and no one could stop it. The 8 flags become 1 and directly fled in one direction. The divine armor on its body blocked many attacks, causing Ling Zhao's puppets to be unable to encircle it. Even if they exploded, they couldn't injure it. Everyone, retreat. In the future, we will definitely slaughter all of the Kim people. The Shadow Horse completely gave up. It, a peak supreme martial artist, was actually forced to flee without being able to do anything. It was so agitated that it wanted to vomit blood. This couldn't be helped. After all, Ling Zhao's divine soul was so strong that it could contend against any peak supreme martial artist. It naturally wouldn't be easy for it to play a role. With Ling Zhao's speed, it wasn't easy for him to catch up to the Shadow Horse. After all, the Shadow Horse was a peak supreme martial artist and had the help of the Shadow Secret Technique. Yet, it still watched helplessly as he escaped into the endless void. The Shadow Horse's stealthy escape completely frightened the remaining people. They didn't want to continue fighting and all wanted to break out of the encirclement. However, Ling Zhao wouldn't give them too many chances. His divine soul clone sneaked behind the Dark Shadow Clan Patriarch and directly used the twin wind dragons to pierce through his defense. That destructive power immediately tortured him, making him hover between life and death. The Dark Shadow Clan Patriarch seemed to have lost his mind. He used the last of his strength, and the Dark Shadow Divine Sword turned into a sky full of sword shadows that swept out in all directions. It directly slashed the divine bodies of 2 high-level supreme martial artists and also affected 5 or 6 other supreme martial artists. This move was his last desperate attack. He already had the thought of dying. Haha! Come on! Come on! I want to kill all of you and drag you to the grave with me. The Dark Shadow Clan patriarch didn't care about his injuries and crazily used his energy to attack in all directions. Ling Xiao's divine soul didn't dare to approach, afraid that it would be swept by the Dark Shadow divine sword. What a good divine weapon! It's best if it belongs to me. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he spoke. Then, he ordered several low-level supreme martial artists to self-detonate, blowing up the Dark Shadow Clan patriarch's face. Just as he was about to forcefully recover, Ling Xiao's divine soul attacked again, directly blowing up his head and swallowing his divine soul. Then, Ling Xiao held the Dark Shadow divine sword in his hand. Unexpectedly, the Dark Shadow divine sword soul was born. It actually wanted to struggle out of Ling Xiao's grasp and slashed at Ling Xiao. You want to hurt me with just a mere soul? Ling Xiao snorted disdainfully. He directly used his powerful energy to suppress this arrogant soul. Then he said gloomily, "Submit to me. Otherwise, I don't mind erasing your intelligence." Divine weapons had spirits. Naturally, there were some special methods that could erase their spirits. It was just that the grade of the weapon would be affected. If this Dark Shadow divine sword wasn't willing to submit, Ling Xiao would also use this method. It was much better than leaving it alive to devour its master. The Dark Shadow divine sword kept struggling. Ling Xiao ignored it. A drop of blood fell on its blade. Chapter 1591. A drop of Ling Xiao's blood turned into a blood dragon that rushed into the Dim Shadow divine sword. The artifact soul of the Dim Shadow divine sword soared out, wanting to repel this bit of blood essence, not allowing it to taint its artifact soul. You still dare to resist? Ling Xiao's words were like thunder. He held the Dim Shadow divine sword in his hand, and the heaven flame burned towards the soul. The artifact soul revealed a look of fear. It believed that if this flame was refined for 49 days, and then tempered again, its artifact soul might really be erased by this person. Ling Xiao's blood essence transformed into a dragon and swooped towards the tool soul, which was still in a daze. The artifact soul could have used the sword chi to expel Ling Xiao's blood essence, but it knew that if it did so, it would be erased. I am willing to submit. The Dim Shadow divine sword's soul finally compromised. It already had intelligence, and knew that it couldn't do anything. Could only choose to submit. At least you know what's good for you. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Following that, the blood no longer attacked the soul, but instead entered the soul and established a connection with it. The Dim Shadow divine sword now belonged to Ling Xiao. The soul said to Ling Xiao, "Greetings, master." Ling Xiao laughed and said, "Haha. Good. Dim Shadow divine sword. Your name is Dim Shadow. I won't change your name, but you have to remember, I am your master. The Dark Shadow Clan will no longer exist." Ling Xiao held the Dim Shadow divine sword and swung it a few times. Several tens of thousands of meters of space cracks immediately appeared. That power was extremely terrifying. This was a top wind-type ancient god artifact. It could increase the destructive power of the wind blades. It was not something ordinary high-grade ancient god artifacts could compare to. Just like his Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop, it was one of the most important ancient god artifacts. However, it couldn't compare to the Golden Dragon Altar of the Kim people. After all, the Golden Dragon Altar was the accumulation of the Kim people's destiny and the blood of many clansmen. Its power was already at the peak of ancient god artifacts. Of course, the Golden Dragon Altar still had a way to survive. To use it, one had to have the pure blood of the Kim people. Only then could one display its supreme power. Not everyone could use it. Now, in this world, the people that the Shadow Horse had brought with it were almost completely annihilated. Only the Wolf Eyes were still fighting Ling Xiao's real body and Chao Caocong. He was very strong. If Chao Caocong fought him alone, he would have been smashed into meat paste by the wolf teeth. Ling Xiao's divine soul wielded the Phantom God sword, and he shouted, "Get out of my way!" Ling Xiao's true body moved away. Chao Caocong didn't dare disobey his orders, so he retreated. "I was waiting for you to come." The wolf eyes stared at Ling Xiao's soul. Two balls of divine light shot out from the wolf eyes, shooting straight at Ling Xiao's soul. The power of this divine eye was relatively strong, and the timing of its attack was also perfect. Ordinary high-level supreme beings would not be able to dodge it. However, Ling Xiao's soul had reached the mid-level of high-level supremes, and his battle prowess was 70 times higher. He was infinitely close to a peak supreme being, and with the shadow sword in hand, he didn't have to worry about being hit by the divine eyes. He cried out in surprise. The phantom sword danced rapidly and immediately sent the two divine eyes flying. At the same time, he slashed at the wolf eyes with his sword. Whoosh! The sword tore through the air, and the sword light tore through the sky. The wolf eyes stared at the sword solemnly. Knowing that he couldn't dodge, he raised his mace to meet the sword. Clang! The peak mid-grade ancient god mace was cut in half, and the wolf eyes was forced back from head to toe. Blood splashed everywhere. Ling Xiao's sword shook, and countless wind blades appeared, shredding the two halves of the wolf eyes into drops of blood. Wolf Eye, a high-level supreme martial artist, was killed by Ling Xiao's divine soul. Haha, the power is not bad. Before my golden dragon spear and ice and fire swords reach the high level, you can provide me with more help. Ling Xiao laughed wildly. After this battle, the supreme experts of the Dark Shadow clan were all killed, and the number of supreme puppets under Ling Xiao's control was reduced by more than half. Including the Dark Shadow clans in Xuanan and the others, there were less than 30 of them left. However, he didn't feel sorry for these puppets. They were under his control, and their fates were already in his hands. The next step was to completely kill the Dark Shadow tribe. Ling Xiao controlled the great elders of the Dark Shadow tribe and ordered them to return to the tribe. He summoned many members of the Dark Shadow tribe back to their territory and slaughtered them one by one. As for the Shadow Horse, Ling Xiao believed that he had escaped to the Heavenly Tiger area or the outer space. He was a little worried that the next time this unkillable guy made a comeback, he or his Jin clan might be a great threat. However, since the person had already escaped, he had no way of chasing after him. He could only ask his clansmen to guard against him. If they met again in the future, they would kill him. 3 days later, tens of thousands of members of the Dark Shadow tribe were killed by their great elders. They died with their eyes open. Even in death, they still couldn't understand why the founding elder would harm them. Ling Xiao didn't have any pity. In this world, the winner was king, and the loser was the thief. When the Dark Shadow clan annihilated the Soul clan that year, they had never thought about sparing the others. Today, it was just the result of the cycle of cause and effect. Ling Xiao landed in the Dark Shadow clan's territory and confiscated all their belongings. Then, he released a heaven flame to burn all the corpses. It was the last time he had sent them off. All the members of the Dark Shadow clan and the Demon Soul clan were killed or expelled. Only the ordinary warriors and civilians were left in the city. After the Dark Shadow clan was destroyed, the news exploded in the Demon Soul clan. The people in the Sky Dragon domain quickly received the news, and everyone was in an uproar. The Dark Shadow clan was one of the ancient clans in the antiquity. Although they had declined for so many years, they still had experts at incipient God realm. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to challenge the Kim people. However, after the battle with the Kim people, their clan was annihilated after 3 months. They were so shocked. At the same time, they doubted whether it was the work of the Kim people or the leaders of the Dragon Gate. Whether it was true or not, most of them thought that it had something to do with the Kim people and the Dragon Gate. The forces that wanted to harm the Kim people or the Dragon Gate were frightened. They didn't dare to spread rumors or mention anything related to Ling Xiao or the Soul Clan. In the Heavenly Dragon area, the leaders of the Divine Axe Gang used to attack the Kim people. After they received the news, they became tense. Because of this, their gang had a civil war. Moreover, the Sword-Washing Manor felt lucky that they didn't attack the Kim people or the Dragon Gate. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to keep their position as the number 2 for 10,000 years. Staying in the Dark Shadow clan's territory, Ling Xiao started to check the precious divine materials he had collected. Among them, the richest were the treasures in the spatial ring of the chief of the Dark Shadow clan and the treasures in the storage room of the clan. These divine materials were mainly of the wind class. Many of them were useful to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao left some puppets of the Dark Shadow clan to guard this place. After the commotion died down, he would move the descendants of the Soul clan here. It would be a complete home for them. As for the Divine Axe gang that had participated in killing the Kim people, the Dragon Gate would deal with them. He believed that the Dragon Gate sect had made a decision. At that time, they would join hands with the archenemy of the Divine Axe gang, the Sun and Moon sect, to deal with them. Ling Xiao left the Dark Shadow clan and headed directly to the chaotic burial space. It was time for him to go back and collect all the puppets in the chaotic burial space. Those puppets could be used to protect the Soul clan. They could also be used to attack the Beastmen clan, the Wing People clan, and the Demon Tiger clan. Ling Xiao rode the ghost and flew to the chaotic burial space. From a distance, this space looked so intimidating. It was like a hole that could swallow the sky. Any king god would die if they got sucked in. Ling Xiao sighed with emotion. It wasn't easy for him to survive after getting sucked in. Ling Xiao retrieved the ghost and walked into this chaotic area. Many explosive energies started to fall on him. Previously, he had used the lie of the God King to walk freely in this place. Today, his body could be compared to an ancient god weapon. He wouldn't get hurt. Relying on the Dragon Phoenix divine hoop, he dashed towards the chaotic burial space. It used to take several years to reach this place, but now it only took him half a month to get there. The ancient coffins were still there. Waves of death chi still diffused. When Ling Xiao arrived, he released all of his god soul energy. Right after that, the gods, demons, and demon corpses walked out of the ancient coffins. They bowed to greet Ling Xiao as if they were meeting their king. There were several thousand of them. Each of them had the competence of a high-level king god. Many of them were at half-incipient god realm, and around 200 of them were at the Great Master realm. These were the great formations that Hun Feng had set up here after his death. He had lured many people here to control them. Only the peak of Great Master realm experts like him could do this. From now on, the name of chaotic burial space doesn't exist anymore. Ling Xiao sighed and retrieved all the puppets. As for the formations contained within these ancient coffins, Ling Xiao had also completely erased them, no longer allowing them to exist in this world. After all, he had reincarnated once. He had received the inheritance. It was useless to leave them here. Ling Xiao wasn't in a hurry to leave this place. Instead, he turned in another direction to explore. He always felt that this space had some perilous areas. Perhaps he could find something there. Unfortunately, after wandering around here for 2 months, he discovered that there were only some spatial turbulences. Occasionally, he would come across some remnant bones or relics, but they weren't of much use to him. Ling Xiao got out of the chaotic burial space and went straight to the top of the 9th heaven. He got out of the outer space and returned to the Dragon Gate. When he got back to the Dragon Gate had mobilized many forces to join hands with the Sun and Moon sect to annihilate the Divine Axe gang. Ling Xiao didn't want to join them. However, when some people came, he had to change his mind. Chapter 1592. The Godly Axe Gang was one of the super forces in the Sky Dragon area. It ranked 3rd after the Sword Cleansing Manor, above the Sun Moon sect and the Blazing Flame Merchants. The founder of the Godly Axe Gang was a god who claimed to be the descendant of Pangu. He had inherited the Sky-Opening Axe technique, which had 72 moves. Actually, after the 72 moves, there were 9 ultimate moves. The Sky-Opening Axe technique was one of the ancient god techniques. Its power was endless. Their Divine Axe Gang had once produced a character on the Sovereign list, but he had disappeared for many years and hadn't appeared in the world for many years. The Godly Axe Gang had a legacy of more than 200,000 years. From a small faction to what it was today, it had experienced many things that the outside world didn't know. Originally, they had always been a low-profile sect. However, with the emergence of a few new sovereigns and the addition of quite a few god kings in recent years, they began to act arrogantly, as if they did not take the other sects seriously at all. At the same time, they had a bad relationship with the neighboring Sun Moon sect. They seemed to want to swallow the Sun-Moon sect. However, recently, they had joined hands with the Supremes of the Dark Shadow clan to provoke the Kim people. Now, they knew that the number one ancient clan, which had always been low-key, had a formidable competence. As the Dark Shadow clan was destroyed, the Godly Axe gang finally recognized that they had poked the hornet's nest. Their gang was in chaos. Many of them wanted to confess to the Kim people so that the Kim people wouldn't come and destroy them. They weren't their opponents. There was another group that wanted to fight. They didn't want to compromise with the Kim people. They wanted to unite the other forces to fight to the end. They believed that the Kim people wouldn't let both sides suffer. No matter what attitude the Godly Axe gang had, the Kim people and the Dragon Gate had started to prepare. They were about to attack the Godly Axe gang. If they didn't respond, the number one ancient clan in the Sky Dragon area would become the other's laughingstock. Their position would be questioned. When Ling Xiao returned to the Dragon Gate, his family and his sect were preparing. They couldn't be careless in the battle between the two top forces. Besides the incipient God Realm experts, many King God Realm experts would join the battle. This battle represented many things. It would attract all the people in the Heaven territory. Therefore, in this battle, Dragon Gate could only win. Ling Xiao didn't want to participate in this battle. After all, if he went out to kill other forces, how could he show the power of the Kim people and the Dragon Gate? How could he train the younger generation? However, there were many people from Dragon Gate who came to help, and all of them came because of Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao didn't participate in the battle, they naturally couldn't be bothered to get involved. These people included the representatives of the Blazing Flame Merchants of the Sky Dragon region, the representatives of the Medicine Guild of the Heaven Source region, the Lotus Cult of the Profound Sky region, the Shao family, and the Thousand Beast Alliance, the Flame Clan, and the Barbarian Tribe of the Heaven Sparrow region. Except for the Blazing Flame Merchants Association, the other forces had sent 2 or 3 experts at Incipient God Realm. It didn't look like a lot, but each of them at the Incipient God Realm wasn't something 100 King God Realm experts could compare to. These people had come when Ling Xiao entered the chaotic grave space. They all came because of Ling Xiao. Even when the great elder of the Kim people, Ling Qiu, came out to greet him, they just greeted him politely. They didn't have a deep relationship. However, they all expressed the same thing. They all came to find Ling Xiao. As soon as Ling Xiao returned to the Medicine God Peak, he felt many different auras, some of which were familiar to him. A shadow flew out from the peak and said, "Peak Lord, you're finally back. If you didn't come back, the sect would have sent people to find you." This person was Yang Hai, who had reached the middle level of the Great Master Realm. Who has come to the mountain?" Ling Xiao asked. "You can tell me when you get to the peak." "They came to find your friends," said Yang Hai. Ling Xiao nodded and followed Yang Hai back to the main hall of the mountain. "Haha! Kid, you're finally back. You made everyone wait for a long time." Great Elder Ling Xiao laughed. At this time, Ling Xiao finally saw the people in the hall. There were many familiar faces. Lai Fan and Lai Ruyu of the Blazing Flame Merchants, 3 Supremes of the Medicine Guild and Yan Dai Jiao, 2 Supremes of the Lotus Cult, Xiao Jingren and Xiao Ling of the Xiao family, Dugu Jin and Xia Xianxian of the Thousand Beast Alliance, 2 Supremes of the Fire Clan, 1 Supremes of the Xinyu family, Xinyu Yi and Xinyu Xiangma. The women present were all beautiful like flowers, each with their own merits, adding a lot of color to the hall. Besides these women, the people Ling Xiao was most familiar with were Lai Yan, Xiao Jingren, and Dugu Jin. He hadn't seen the others, but he had met 1 or 2 of them. Ling Xiao didn't dare to be negligent and quickly returned the greetings to the representatives of the various forces. "Ling Xiao didn't know you were coming. I apologize," Ling Xiao said apologetically after returning to his seat as the Peak Lord. "Kid, you sure are carefree. You always come and go like a ghost. You haven't come to see Xian and this old man all these years. Do you think an apology is enough?" Dugu Jin didn't bother being polite with Ling Xiao and said directly. Old Master Dugu Jin had already broken through to the high-level supreme martial artist realm. He looked even more like an immortal, and his mental state was very full. "Old man, you must be joking. You know that I have a lot of people to deal with. I was attacked right after I returned from the outer realm. I had to do something. Otherwise, people would think that I, Ling Xiao, am easy to bully. Ling Xiao laughed. Kid, you destroyed the Dark Shadow clan alone, didn't you? Lai Fan raised an eyebrow and asked. As soon as he said this, everyone turned to look at Ling Xiao, their gazes filled with a strange light. Some people will jump around even more happily if you don't teach them a lesson. Don't you think so? Ling Xiao replied indifferently. Although Ling Xiao didn't say it out loud, it was still a response. Instantly, everyone's expressions changed. It was hard for them to imagine that a single person could annihilate an entire ancient clan. How frightening was this ability? Vice Hall Master is right. Our alchemy guild has always been kind to others. However, we won't let anyone bully us. Yan Dai Jiao of the Alchemy Guild said with a bell-like voice. Yan Dai Jiao's voice was like the chirping of an oriole. It was like the blooming of 100 flowers. It made people feel comfortable. At the same time, it contained the anger of a superior. Now that Yan Dai Jiao had been announced as the next Hall Master by the Alchemy Guild, her words carried a lot of weight. The people present didn't expect Ling Xiao to have such a high position in the Alchemy Guild. He could actually make a future Hall Master speak for him like this. Moreover, he even brought people to help him. They all realized that Ling Xiao's position as the Alchemy Guild's honorary Vice Hall Master was not just in name. Ling Xiao forced a smile and looked at Yan Dai Jiao. He didn't think that she would directly come to Dragon Gate. He didn't know how to introduce her to the other women. She was also one of his women. Xiao they're all your friends, and they're also friends of the Jin clan and the Heavenly Dragon sect. You have to treat them well, Ling Qiu said. He then added, recently we've decided to go to war with the Godly Axe Gang, so you have to prepare well. We'll definitely let them know that the Jin clan and the Heavenly Dragon sect can't be bullied by just anyone. Ling Qiu's words had a double meaning. It meant that Ling Xiao had to participate in this battle. At the same time, it implied that as long as Ling Xiao participated, his friends would definitely go and help. Since Ling Qiu had said this in front of everyone, what else could Ling Xiao say? He could only nod in agreement. Whoever dares to bully a brat like you is going against this old man. Dugu Jin. Dugu Jin was the first to express his stance. Yan Dai Jiao also said, the Alchemy Guild and Dragon Gate are allies, and the Vice Hall Master is Dragon Gate's chief alchemy god. Our Alchemy Guild is willing to help Dragon Gate destroy the Godly Axe Gang. No one knew that Ling Xiao was Yan Dai Jiao's husband, but that didn't stop Yan Dai Jiao's deep feelings for Ling Xiao. Lai Ruyu glanced at Yan Dai Jiao and said unwillingly, we, the Blazing Flame Merchants, are willing to help your sect destroy the Godly Axe Gang with the strength of the entire merchant union. Lai Ruyu used her woman's sixth sense to think. This woman definitely has something going on with that stinky guy. Otherwise, why would she be so protective of him? Humph, you want to snatch my man? No way. Yan Dai Jiao glanced at Lai Ruyu, and invisible sparks flew between the two women. The representatives of the other factions also expressed their willingness to support Dragon Gate. When Ling Qiu heard these words, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. With these people's support, he could see the attitude of the other factions, and it would also reduce their casualties in this battle. This was definitely a good thing. As the person involved, Ling Xiao naturally had to thank them one by one. He also understood the Great Elder's concerns. Immediately after, Ling Qiu had Sect Master Ling Feiwu personally prepare a banquet to entertain the representatives of the various factions. After a banquet that was suitable for both the host and the guest, Ling Qiu left. He believed that Ling Xiao would know what to do next. After Ling Xiao sent everyone back to the guest courtyard, he once again expressed his gratitude to them. After exchanging some pleasantries with Ling Xiao, the various factions returned to their respective rooms. Apart from Ling Xiao, there were only Yan Dai Jiao, Lai Ruyu, Xiao Ling, Xia Xianxian, and Shenyu Xiangma. Stinky guy, where have you been all these years? You didn't even come to see me and senior sister Zhijing. Lai Ruyu said to Ling Xiao with a face full of hidden bitterness. Before Ling Xiao could speak, Yan Dai Jiao took 2 steps forward and grabbed Ling Xiao's arm. She looked at Lai Ruyu and said, "Who are you? What right do you have to say that about my husband?" Although Yen Dai Jiao was a heavenly goddess, she also had the attitude of a little woman. She definitely didn't want her husband to have any entanglements with too many women. Moreover, the women in front of her were all good-looking and had good family backgrounds. She had to show her identity first. "What? Woman, don't you have any shame? When did he become your husband?" Lai Ruyu was little chili pepper. She immediately said with dissatisfaction, "He, my husband and I have already bowed to heaven and earth and performed the ceremony of husband and wife. If you don't believe me, you can ask him," Yen Dai Jiao said with a proud smile. Chapter 1593. When the women saw Yen Dai Jiao openly hugging Ling Zhao's arm, their eyes all turned red. Lai Ruyu was fuming with anger. She also went to Ling Zhao's side and hugged his arm, saying, "Is he the only one allowed to be your husband? I'm also his wife." When Lai Ruyu said this, her charming face flashed with a hint of drunkenness. Her expression of panicking could be seen clearly. She had wanted to be husband and wife with Ling Xiao for a long time, but she never had the chance. Moreover, Ling Xiao didn't take the initiative to take her, so it had been delayed until today. She didn't expect Ling Xiao to have so many beautiful women pursuing him. She couldn't care less about anything else. She had to capture Ling Xiao. In this life, she would only love him. Yen Dai Jiao still wanted to say something, but Ling Xiao smiled and said, "All right, stop fighting. I'll bring you to my courtyard. Don't let the other sisters laugh at you." Xiao Ling was the least scheming one, so he interrupted, "That's right. Let's not scold brother Ling Xiao. We'll go see Godmother and the other sisters. They're easy to talk to." Long ago, Xiao Ling had already recognized Meng Xiun as his godmother. Yen Dai Jiao revealed a nervous and worried expression. After all, they were going to see her future mother-in-law. No matter how strong she was, she still had to be careful. Lai Ruyu seized the opportunity to look at Yen Dai Jiao and said, "I think you're just an illegitimate daughter-in-law. We've seen mother-in-law before." Lai Ruyu couldn't even hear her own words, and her face became even redder. "Humph, you're the one. Husband, don't you think so?" Yen Dai Jiao looked at Ling Xiao and said coquettishly, "All right, stop arguing. If you keep arguing, then you can all stay here." Ling Xiao was slightly annoyed. This time, Yen Dai Jiao and Lai Ruyu looked at each other and no longer said anything. Just as they were about to head to Ling Zhao's backyard, Xinyu Xiangma pinched the corner of her clothes and didn't dare to follow. Her face was filled with a sense of inferiority. There were so many women present, and all of them were better than her in terms of appearance and family background. The only thing she could be proud of was that her cultivation was higher than theirs and her figure was slightly better than theirs. Ling Xiao stopped and walked towards her. He grabbed her arm and said, "Let's go, Xiangma. There's nothing to be afraid of." Xinyu Xiangma's face was flushed to the extreme. She nodded slightly and let Ling Xiao pull her towards the backyard. Envy flashed across the faces of the other women. They didn't expect that this woman with a foreign charm would be taken care of by Ling Xiao. He even held her hand and walked with her. However, Yen Dai Jiao wanted to hold on to Ling Zhao's arm again, but Xia Xianxian was one step ahead of her. Xia Xianxian tilted her cute head and said to Ling Xiao, "Big brother, I brought Aunt RK to help you this time." Ling Xiao felt warmth in his heart and said with a smile, "Thank you, Xianxian. All right, how is Sister K now?" Xia Xianxian replied, "Sister K is already breaking through the final bottleneck. It won't be long before she comes out. And that's good." Ling Xiao replied with a faint smile. Ling Xiao chatted with the women as they walked towards his backyard. With the arrival of the women, Ling Zhao's backyard immediately became lively. The happiest one was Meng Xiun. Among the women, she had seen Lai Ruyu and Xiao Ling before. However, she had never seen Yen Dai Jiao, Xia Xianxian, and Xinyu Xiangma. With a glance, she could see that her son's relationship with these women wasn't ordinary. She thought to herself, "This stinky brat is too fickle. He actually tricked so many beautiful wives back. But it's fine. I can have a few more grandchildren. Yan Daijiao and Shen Yushangma were husband and wife with Ling Xiao. After seeing Meng Xiun, they obediently called her grandma. This made Meng Xiun very happy. As for Lai Ruyu, she was itching from anger because of Yan Daijiao. She really wanted to call Meng Xiun like this. After Ling Xiao brought them to the backyard, he let the women speak. On the other hand, Xiao Ling looked at him hesitantly. Although Ling Xiao didn't have the 9-colored exquisite tree, his heart had already been cleansed by the exquisite energy. He had the same exquisite heart as Xiao Ling, so he could see through her thoughts with a glance. Did Ling Er find your grandfather? Ling Xiao pulled Xiao Ling to the side and asked, Brother Ling Xiao, how do you know? Xiao Ling asked in astonishment. Then she raised her beautiful eyes and exclaimed, Did you save the 9-colored exquisite tree? Back then, Xiao Ling and Ling Xiao went to the wood grain race together, so it wasn't surprising that she could guess this. Ling Xiao nodded and smiled. That's right. Your brother naturally won't return empty-handed. I've already sent her back to the wood grain race. Great. She finally doesn't have to suffer the pain of the heaven-devouring locust. Xiao Ling revealed a joyful expression. All right, where is your grandfather now? Did something happen? Ling Xiao asked, returning to the main topic. Xiao Ling revealed a somewhat dejected expression and said, Grandfather is going to duel with someone else. Immediately after, Xiao Ling told Ling Xiao what she knew. It turned out that after Ling Xiao left the outer realm, he sent people to help Xiao Ling find Xiao Feng's whereabouts. 5 years ago, there was finally news. Xiao Ling immediately found Xiao Feng, but unfortunately, Xiao Feng avoided her. In her heartbroken situation, she forced Xiao Feng to die and finally met her. She found out that Xiao Feng had been in seclusion all these years, trying to break through to the supremacy realm. He planned to take revenge for his deceased wife after reaching that realm. In order to cultivate in peace, he let Ling Xiao take Xiao Ling away and chose to meditate alone. Now that Xiao Feng had reached the supremacy realm, he would seek revenge on his enemy in the near future. Xiao Ling originally wanted to stay and accompany Xiao Feng, but Xiao Feng chased her away. He couldn't let her disturb his state of mind, otherwise he wouldn't be able to abandon his granddaughter. In these years, Xiao Ling's strength had increased crazily, and she had already reached the peak of the mid-level God-King realm. However, she still couldn't help her grandfather, and she couldn't persuade her ancestor to help her grandfather. Now that Ling Xiao had returned, she could only place her hopes on Ling Xiao. Who's your grandfather's enemy? Ling Xiao asked with a frown. Back then, when he left with Xiao Ling, he found that Xiao Feng seemed to be making a decision. So there was such a story behind it. Grandfather didn't tell me, but in another half a year, it will be the day he goes to take revenge. Because it will be grandmother's death anniversary. He wants to kill his enemy on that day as a blood sacrifice for grandmother. Xiao Ling answered with a sorrowful expression, and then she said, Brother Ling Xiao, can you help grandfather? Grandfather has been in seclusion for so many years. Just to take revenge, it can be seen that his enemy must be very powerful. Yes, your grandfather is also my grandfather. If something happens to him, I naturally won't shirk away. Ling Xiao immediately answered, and then he asked, Where's your grandfather now? He's at my grandmother's grave. When Brother Ling Xiao is free, I'll take you there. Xiao Ling said, All right, after we destroy the Godly Axe Gang, I'll immediately go with you to find your grandfather. Ling Xiao nodded and agreed. No matter what the reason was, Ling Xiao was duty-bound to do this. Then Ling Xiao called Shen Yuyi out for a private chat. Now that Shen Yuyi had also stepped into the high-level God-King realm, he was in his best state. Ling Xiao took him to the top of a mountain, and they each took a jar of wine and drank. Boss, I really want to fight side by side with you, but I'm afraid I'll hold you back, Shen Yuyi said with a sigh. There will be such a chance. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile, and then he said, Did you return to your clan's land? I went back for a while. Shen Yuyi nodded lightly and sighed, as if he was full of emotions. Ling Xiao glanced at him and said, What's wrong? Is there a problem? Shen Yi shook his head and said, It's nothing. Originally, I wanted to bring all of my clansmen to the Heaven Realm, but when I was able to do this, they didn't have much interest in coming back here. Only a small portion of them were willing to come with me. After hearing this, Ling Xiao wasn't too surprised, because he had also experienced this kind of thing before. Many people still liked to cherish old times, and were reluctant to leave their homeland and live in other unfamiliar places. Everyone's thinking is different, don't force too much. You've already completed your mission, so now you should live for yourself. Ling Xiao comforted. Shen Yi nodded and said, This time I must help boss a bit. Those people are deceiving people and jealous of boss's power. Old Yi, will be the first to not let them go. It's good that you have this kind of heart. You've fought with the people from the Divine Axe Gang before, and most of them are of the Earth attribute, so they can fight against you. Ling Xiao said, the power of their sky-splitting axes is indeed not weak, but our barbarian King Fist is not easy to deal with either. Besides, I've already comprehended the fist intent that boss taught me. Although it's not too deep, its power is not small. Shen Yi said confidently. Just the fist intent is not enough. Ling Xiao said, and with a flip of his palm, a stone heart appeared in his hand. Shen Yi could feel the source energy that this stone heart transmitted to him, and it gave him the urge to immediately devour it. Boss, this is? Shen Yi swallowed his saliva and asked. The heart of a giant golem, which is comparable to a sovereign. Cultivating it should allow you to comprehend the mysteries of the gravity field, and it can also increase your current cultivation. Ling Xiao explained. Boss, such a precious divine material. Shen Yi rubbed his hands and said embarrassedly. Ling Xiao interrupted him. I still have a lot of these things. If you're a brother, then take them. I'll give you a few, and you can arrange it as you see fit. I'll also give some to Xiang Mo. Shen Yi took the stone heart with great care, and his heart was in a mess. In the beginning, he was persuaded by Ling Xiao to follow him, but it was always Ling Xiao who helped him, and he couldn't help Ling Xiao much. He felt very guilty. Besides these stone hearts, Ling Xiao also took out some rare earth attribute divine materials and gave them to Shen Yi. These materials were enough for Shen Yi to break through to the incipient god realm in the near future. Chapter 1594. Half a month later, Dragon Gate was going to attack the Divine Axe Gang. This news swept through the Sky Dragon area in just a blink of an eye. Although people had guessed that Kim people and Dragon Gate wouldn't let it go easily, they didn't expect that Dragon Gate would be so bold as to declare that they were going to attack the Divine Axe Gang. They believed that even though the Heavenly Dragon Sect was the strongest faction, the Divine Axe Gang was also one of the super factions. Their strength should not be too far apart. Even if the Heavenly Dragon Sect devoured the Divine Axe Gang, the Heavenly Dragon Sect would suffer heavy losses. Would it shake Dragon Gate's position as the first overlord? Instantly, the Sky Dragon area raised a heated discussion. Many people went to the Divine Axe Gang to watch a good show. It's been so many years. Finally, a super force is going to confront them. Is it the omen of chaos? Nonsense. What do you mean by world chaos? The way I see it, the Divine Axe Gang is destined to be destroyed by the Heavenly Dragon Sect. Don't forget that the Heavenly Dragon Sect has the Jin clan behind them. Those guys are freaks who can increase their power by many times. Yeah. Dragon Gate has existed for tens of thousands of years. With Kim people's support, the Divine Axe Gang can't escape this calamity. Moreover, the Dark Shadow clan was destroyed not long ago. I heard that it was Kim people at Incipient God Realm who did it. The Divine Axe Gang has offended many people these years. The Sun and Moon Sect will definitely not let them go. We can't miss this good show. Let's go and see. Perhaps we can see the graceful bearing of that Sinjin of Goguryeo. It's good if we can learn something from it. The heated discussion in the Sky Dragon area echoed unceasingly. In Dragon Gate, the peaks were mobilizing their forces. Almost 300 Sinjin of Goguryeo had been summoned. Dragon Gate was determined to fight this war. Each Senjin of Goguryeo had a reputation that could suppress their peers. They were the top characters of King God Realm. Except for the warriors at half-incipient God Realm, no one could defeat them. Many people had gathered on Ling Zhao's peak. For this expedition, the Ling Xiao peak was also mobilized. Anyone who had reached the God King realm would also participate in the expedition. Ling Zhao's subordinates finally had the chance to go to war. The demonic emperor, Mad Monk, and the others had already returned. If Ling Xiao was busy, how could they be absent? Currently, the two great legends of the central region had reached the incipient God realm, but their strengths were still on par. Around 10 years ago, Sha Tian had taken the Dark Lotus Immortal Lotus that Ling Xiao had given him. He had broken through to the half-incipient God realm. Then, he had used the Supreme God Pellet that Ling Xiao had given him to reach the incipient God realm 2 years ago. He had always been lagging behind the evil emperor, but after following the evil emperor's disciple, he had caught up. It had to be said that everything was really unpredictable. Savage Leopard had reached the King God realm. He was the one who had advanced the fastest among Ling Zhao's subordinates. After Yi Yunfeng had reached the King God realm, he had taken the King God Pellet to reach the King God realm. With his competence, he could be considered a first-class expert among the King God realm. He was just one level lower than Savage Leopard. Mad Tooth had surpassed his original realm. He had become a low-level King God realm existence. Poison Scorpion, Li Kuanghu, and Cold Snake had been at the half-incipient God realm. However, to be able to participate in the expedition, they had taken the King God Pellet to reach the King God realm. Ten Bin of the 8 generals was a little weaker. He was just at the High Holy Emperor realm. It was a pity that he couldn't participate in this battle. This time, Ling Zhao's women would also participate in the war. Ling Xiao wanted to stop them. However, after hesitating for a while, he decided to let them go. After all, their cultivation base was good enough. It was time for them to experience some storms. That was how they could go further in the future. Otherwise, it was unknown when they could reach the incipient God realm. With the help of the divine materials he brought back, all of his women had reached the God King realm. Feng Xianyun and Yu Roufei had both reached the high-level God King realm. As for the rest, most of them were mid-level God King realm, and only a few of them were low-level God King realm. Besides them, Feng Lingtian, Ling Zhan, and Xian Li had reached the King God realm. They were going to participate in this war. They had never used pellets to increase their realms. Compared to the other King God realm experts at the same realm, they were the real existences that could suppress their peers. Being Ling Zhao's chief steward, Chang Haoyou wouldn't be absent. He used to be a monstrous existence in the Sky Dragon territory. Today, with the help of Ling Zhao's many divine materials, he had reached the High God realm. Everything was ready. As soon as the order came, they could depart to the Godly Axe Gang. Bang bang! Suddenly, a voice that sounded like a morning bell resounded mightily. It's the sound of the Sex summoning drum. The day of the crusade has arrived. Everyone, hurry to the main peak. Haha! We've been waiting for this day for a long time. Let's use the Godly Axe Gang to establish our might. Whoever dares to bully our Dragon Gate will disappear from this world. Our Dragon Gate is the strongest existence in the Sky Dragon territory. No one can challenge our prestige. To raise the prestige of our Dragon Gate, the Godly Axe Gang will not return until we destroy it. To raise the prestige of our Dragon Gate, the Godly Axe Gang will not return until we destroy it. Within the Dragon Gate, the auras from all directions exploded. Many divine splendors soared to the 9 heavens, like a surging phenomenon. The Dragon Gate's might was as great as the heavens, and it was inviolable. The aura of more than 1,500 God Kings was enough to stun anyone from any faction. This was the real power of the Dragon Gate. It was normal when they didn't move, but when they did, it was unstoppable. At the same time, many half-incipient God Realm experts and supreme incipient God Realm experts who were cultivating in seclusion took action. The power of the 9 heavens became more condensed, covering the entire dragon-gazing mountain range. It looked so noble and extraordinary. The Dragon Team, the Tiger Team, the Heavenly Eagle Team, these special forces of the Dragon Gate had all taken action. Tens of thousands of holy beasts roared and howled. Many giant beasts were floating in this area, with an imposing aura that could cover the entire sky. Ling Feiwu was the master of the Dragon Gate. When he stepped on the battle platform, he wore a gold robe embroidered with dragons and phoenixes. His entire body radiated the brilliant divine light of a peak god king. A phantom of a real dragon swayed behind him. He looked like an emperor who was worshipped by tens of thousands of people. The Godly Axe Gang has joined hands with the Dark Shadow Clan and many other Earthrealm experts to attack our Dragon Gate. They are plotting against our hundreds of thousands of years of foundation. They have wild ambitions. They want to use eggs to hit a rock. Today, our Dragon Gate summons the entire world. Go to the Godly Axe Gang and kill them. We will raise the prestige of our Dragon Gate. Ling Feiwu's golden hair fluttered. His voice was sonorous and could enter people's hearts. Destroy the Godly Axe Gang. Raise the prestige of our Dragon Gate. Destroy the Godly Axe Gang. Raise the prestige of our Dragon Gate. All the warriors of the Dragon Gate cheered at the same time. Such a tremendous aura shook the entire world. Their auras were like a rainbow, showing their determination to kill. Those people who came to help the Heavenly Dragon Sect sighed in their hearts when they saw this scene. The Heavenly Dragon Sect was worthy of being the #1 power in the Heavenly Dragon domain. Their foundation was not something any one of them could compare to. As Ling Feiwu ordered, all the experts at King God Realm and above used the space formation to teleport to the Godly Axe Gang. After the half-incipient God Realm and King God Realm experts had left, more intimidating auras soared in the sky above the Dragon Gate. The supreme incipient God Realm experts were the top existences in this world. Each of their moves represented the movement of a force. Kim people and the Dragon Gate had sent 50 supreme incipient God Realm experts. Ling Taimeng, the peak of incipient God Realm expert, was leading the battle. He was riding a powerful, high-tier true dragon which shocked everybody. This time, of course, he wouldn't ask the Golden Dragon altar. It was the base of the clan's protection. He wouldn't leave the clan easily. The other supreme experts of the Kim people were riding the Dragon King, who was about to transform into a real dragon. Noble gold auras rose and twirled unceasingly. Lao Dongsheng, who was ranked on the supreme list of the Dragon Gate, wasn't idle either. He went with the others to the Godly Axe Gang. Lao Dongsheng looked middle-aged, and he was a little short. However, his divine eyes were like two clusters of flashing flames that ordinary people couldn't look at directly. With this character here, even the supreme incipient God Realm experts who had come to help had to show respect to him. Surprisingly, Lao Dongsheng was riding an 8-headed fire god bird, which was a kind of ancient holy beast from the antiquity time. Its entire body was covered in flames, illuminating half of the space. There were 12 supreme incipient God Realm experts who had come to help, making them 62 in total. Such a force was enough to make everyone tongue-tied and shocked. Let's go. Let's kill those axes of the Godly Axe Gang first. Ling Taimeng said gloomily. Dozens of horsemen rushed towards the Godly Axe Gang from outer space. On the way, Ling Xiao rode on the ghost, chatting with the supreme experts who had come to help. Ling Xiao was the supreme god of medicine, and he also had the inheritance of the Soul Clan. This was enough to shock the entire Heaven domain. Of course, these people wanted to have a good relationship with Ling Xiao, which was beneficial to their forces. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come from thousands of miles away to help Ling Xiao. At this time, Lao Dongxing looked at Ling Xiao and sent him a message. Ling Xiao, come here. I have something to say to you. Before this, Ling Xiao had only met Lao Dongxing once, when he went to pick up his son, Ling Shuri. The two didn't have a deep relationship. Now, when Ling Xiao heard Lao Dongxing's call, he immediately excused himself and dashed towards Lao Dongxing. Lao. Ling Xiao came to Lao Dongxing's side and greeted him respectfully. In front of Lao Dongxing, Ling Xiao felt an invisible pressure, just like when he saw Feng Qingyang. You taught Su Ri the art of refining pellets? Lao Dongsheng looked at Ling Xiao with a trace of dissatisfaction. Ling Xiao forced a smile and said, Su Ri wanted to learn, so. Before Ling Xiao finished, Lao Dongsheng waved his hand and said, Let's stop here. He has the fire god body. As long as he cultivates wholeheartedly, he will definitely break through to the king god realm before he is 100 years old, and reach the incipient god realm before he is 500 years old. I don't want him to be affected by other things. Although Lao Dongsheng's words were overbearing, it showed how much he valued Ling Shuri. Chapter 1595. Ling Xiao rubbed his nose and said, Lao Lao, you are right. Focusing on cultivation is indeed the best for Su Ri. However, his talent in alchemy is not weak either. Wouldn't it be great if he could become a godly alchemist? So what if he's an alchemist? With his 1 in a million physique, he doesn't need the help of pellets to break through. As long as he reaches the peak like me, any alchemist would give him some face. Lao Dongsheng said proudly. Ling Xiao was a little speechless. Why did he feel like this old man was the number 1 in the world? Since Lao Lao insists, I won't say anything more. Su Ri will make the decision. Ling Xiao really couldn't communicate with him, so he could only say this. After all, he respected his son's decision. Moreover, he felt that his son should have the same talent in alchemy as him. Moreover, his son also had the heavy soul innate skill. He had also imparted the soul-controlling art to him and Ling Bingshui. With the soul-controlling art, he indeed had an unparalleled advantage in alchemy. Ling Xiao still hoped that his son could inherit his legacy. He is still too young. Later, I will definitely let him understand that reaching the strongest is the truth. Everything else is just an illusion. Lao Dongsheng said resolutely. Ling Xiao suddenly sensed Lao Dongsheng's thoughts. He knew that Lao Dongsheng had an extreme obsession towards martial arts. He was a true martial arts fanatic. No wonder why he was so against Ling Su relearning alchemy. I wonder if that kid will be like him in the future. Ling Xiao sighed in his heart. After all, Lao Dongsheng was his son's master. It was fate that they became master and disciple. As for his son's future, Ling Xiao was too lazy to interfere. Half a month later, the supreme and incipient God Realm army arrived above the Godly Axe Gang. Originally, they thought that the Godly Axe Gang would be in a state of panic when they found out that they were here to annihilate them. However, when they arrived, they found that the people of the Godly Axe Gang were not in a mess. There was only a strong killing intent. Moreover, a great killing formation had been activated on their territory. No one could break this formation easily. However, Kim People and Dragon Gate had so many incipient God Realm experts. Moreover, they had 2 experts at the peak of incipient God Realm. It wasn't difficult to break this formation. It seems that the Divine Axe Gang is ready. This will be interesting. Ling Taimeng sneered. Then, he moved the golden spear in his hand and blasted a blow at the Godly Axe Gang. A gigantic golden dragon shadow roared in that direction. Its might was vast and awe-inspiring, and its power was naturally incomparably terrifying. Ling Xiao could feel that Ling Taimeng's casual attack was as terrifying as the Shadow Horse's full-strength attack. Could it be that Ancestor Taimeng already had the strength to enter the legendary list, but he didn't fight for it? Ling Xiao guessed. Ling Taimeng's strength wasn't any weaker than Lao Dongsheng's. Moreover, Ling Xiao could feel that Ling Taimeng's bloodline power was as thick as his, which could increase his fighting power by at least 40 times. Therefore, he believed that Ling Taimeng already had the strength to enter the legendary list. After all, not every Supreme was interested in the legendary list. In every corner of the world, there might be some old monsters that didn't show themselves. Their strength wasn't any weaker than the people on the legendary list. Ling Taimeng might be one of them. Rumble. An earth-shattering explosion sound rang out, and the surrounding space was constantly turbulent. When this golden light disappeared, a thick yellow color appeared above the Godly Axe Gang, layer after layer covering their sect. Ling Taimeng's attack just now didn't destroy a single blade of grass or tree in the Godly Axe Gang. It only activated the formation. Top-notch black-yellow formation. Lao Dongxing raised his eyebrows and shouted. The black-yellow formation was a top-notch defensive formation. It was activated by dozens of 11th-grade Earth attribute beast cores. Ordinary Supreme wouldn't be able to destroy this formation. As the attack fell, the members of the Divine Axe Gang were finally shaken. They were terrified. Tens of thousands of them looked up, but there wasn't much worry on their faces. It was a little strange. The Metal Clan and the Heavenly Dragon Sect are here. What a terrifying attack. I almost thought that this place was going to be destroyed. Didn't we agree that Supreme can't fight in the Heaven region? They actually dared to violate the rules. They should be killed 1,000 times as a warning to others. Don't worry. Our ancestor on the legendary list has returned. With him here, no one can touch us. Even Kim people and Dragon Gate will have to give us some face. Yes, Ancestor Barimo will definitely be able to solve this dispute. No one can destroy our Godly Axe Gang. The people of the Godly Axe Gang all comforted themselves. Haha. Godly Axe Gang, you grandsons and grandsons, hurry up and come out. Are you really waiting for us to break this formation and kill all of you before you are willing to show up? Ling Taimeng laughed wildly. As his voice fell, someone finally rushed out from under the formation. Swoosh swoosh, more than 30 Supreme and Incipient God Realm experts appeared. All of them had a murderous aura and their holy beasts roared unceasingly. So it's you, Ling Taimeng, and you, Lao Dongsheng, are here too. You really think highly of our Godly Axe Gang. A faint voice arose from among the people. The person who spoke had an old voice, but his face was only that of a middle-aged man. He was tall and mighty, with waves of yellow earth around him. He carried 2 axes on his back, and his aura was surging and vast. This person was Ba Mo, ranked 57th on the Supreme list. His rank was still more than 10 ranks higher than Lao Dongxing's. He was the founding ancestor of the previous generations of the Godly Axe Gang. He had disappeared for many years. No one had expected that he would appear at this critical moment. Below him was a Tier 11 ironback ferocious leopard. Its body was huge, and its body was covered with iron spikes. It looked incomparably ferocious, and its bloodthirsty eyes flickered with fierceness. This kind of mutated desolate species was very rare. It was almost impossible to find one in the Heaven territory. Perhaps it existed in some space in the outer space. No wonder the people of the Godly Axe Gang still dare to stay here. It turns out that you, old man, have returned. But do you think you can stop us? Ling Taimeng sneered. The Godly Axe Gang shouldn't have so many Supreme and Incipient God Realm experts. The Supreme behind Ba Mo must have been roped in from the outer space. I will fight with him and take his ranking, Lao Dongsheng said with a fanatical look. It wasn't easy to increase one's rank on the Supreme list unless one met someone on the same list and fought to the death to take the other's ranking. At their level, they rarely stayed in the Heaven territory. It wasn't easy to meet them. It's easy to have a fight, but not today, Ba Mo replied. Then he said, Tell me, what do you want for you to leave? As long as the Godly Axe Gang can do it, we will not delay. I really don't want to be your enemy. It's all those juniors' fault. Although Ba Mo was a character on the Supreme list, Lao Dongxing alone was enough to hold him back. He didn't expect Kim people and the Dragon Gate to be so determined to send so many Supreme and Incipient God Realm experts. Even if he brought some friends back, he wasn't confident that they could stop them. Haha, your Divine Axe Gang and Dark Shadow Clan killed 7 of my clan's founding elders. You even nearly killed my clan's new Supremes. How can we let this go so easily? Now, my Heavenly Dragon Sect's army is rushing over at full speed. They will arrive at your Divine Axe Gang in a few days and exterminate your entire sect. Ling Taimeng laughed loudly. Is there no room for negotiation? Ba Mo said in a low voice. Unless you hand over the culprit and the Godly Axe Gang bows to the Dragon Gate and never betray us, maybe we can consider it. Ling Taimeng replied. That's impossible. One of the supreme martial artists beside Ba Mo answered first. This supreme at the late stage of high level was the old leader of the Godly Axe Gang, Barnes. The Godly Axe Gang was the foundation of their ancestors. It had been passed down for almost 300,000 years to reach its current scale. How could they bow to others? That's impossible. Then let's fight. Lao Dongsheng shouted with surging energy. He couldn't wait to fight with Ba Mo. You really have to think about it carefully. Although you have a lot of people, it doesn't mean that you will destroy the Godly Axe Gang. Ba Mo squinted and said faintly. Then, he gave a look to a high-level supreme beside him. That high-level supreme martial artist understood tacitly. He seemed to be mumbling something and many shadows suddenly appeared. Buzz! An ear-piercing sound suddenly rang out. These were all mutated poisonous wasps. There were at least a few hundred of them, and they were all above the 10th rank, which was really rare. There were even a few that had reached the 11th rank. The sharp black stinger of these poisonous bees was enough to make people shiver in fear. Beast tamer. Ling Taimeng and the others were slightly surprised. Hee, it's good that you know. If you know what's good for you, hurry up and leave. Otherwise, there will be more holy beasts waiting for you. The high-level supreme laughed coldly. Humph. You're a sh*T beast tamer. Dugu Jin stood up and said disdainfully. The high-level supreme's eyes turned cold. He looked at Dugu Jin and said, You dare to doubt me? You only controlled a queen bee and you dare to call yourself a beast tamer? Open your dog eyes and look. I'm the real beast tamer. Dugu Jin scolded and immediately summoned 3 level 11 holy beasts. Below him was another saint beast. In addition to these 3, there were 4 saint beasts in total. Furthermore, they were all different saint beasts. Apart from beast tamers, who else could easily obtain 4 saint beasts to follow them? The high-level supreme's face immediately turned purple. He was so angry that he couldn't say anything. Who are you in the Thousand Beast Alliance? Ba Mo stared at Dugu Jin and shouted. I'm Dugu Jin. Dugu Jin replied indifferently. Stop talking nonsense with them. Hurry up and kill to your heart's content. Otherwise, we can fight here. Lao Dongsheng shouted impatiently and attacked Ba Mo. Chapter 1596. Lao Dongsheng was ranked 72nd on the Supreme list. He was only 15 ranks behind Ba Mo. Both of them were at the peak of incipient God realm. Their competences were almost the same. As for who was stronger, it wasn't something that could be determined from the rankings. After all, both of them had occupied the positions on the Supreme list for many years. After so many years of cultivation, perhaps both of them had made some progress. Lao Dongsheng didn't use any divine weapon. His flaming palm slammed towards Ba Mo with an earth-shattering force. Ba Mo reacted quickly. He shouted coldly and his arm turned into an axe, slashing towards the huge palm. A gigantic hatchet materialized out of thin air, cleaving the flaming palm in half. Boom! The battle between the 2 sovereigns on the sovereign ranking immediately caused an earth-shattering shockwave that caused the surroundings to tremble endlessly. Lao Dongsheng, do you want to violate the heavenly rules? Ba Mo stared at Lao Dongsheng angrily. Haha, no one will violate the heavenly rules when we fight in outer space. If you don't want to go out, we, the Dragon Gate, will flatten you immediately. Who dares to say anything? Lao Dongsheng sneered coldly. His fire chi burst out and a fire god bird soared behind him. He looked extremely overbearing. Seems like you really want to fight to the death. Alright, we will fight you. You really don't know what's good for you. Do you think that I, Ba Mo, only have so few people in outer space? Come out and kill. Ba Mo shouted with a sharp light. Then, another group of people dashed out from a corner. These people had been using secret techniques to hide their auras. When they dashed out at the same time, they looked extremely powerful. Another 50 supreme incipient God realm experts had come to help Ba Mo. It could be said that this group of people were the friends that Ba Mo had gathered from outer space. He didn't expect that when he returned to the Godly Axe Gang, he would feel the urgent summons from the gang. Hence, he brought dozens of his brothers back to the heaven area. Among these 50 people, There was one at the peak of the Godly Axe Gang. Another 3 were high-level supreme experts. The rest were at the middle to low levels. At this moment, the Divine Axe Gang had more than 80 incipient God Realm experts. The Divine Axe Gang had the upper hand. The expressions of Kim people and the supreme martial artists of the Dragon Gate changed drastically. They didn't expect the Godly Axe Gang to have such a trick up their sleeves. No wonder they were so fearless. It's not too late for you to retreat now. From now on, we'll mind our own business. Your Dragon Gate will still be the #1 force in the Sky Dragon region. Otherwise, our Godly Axe Gang will replace you today. Baimo said faintly. Haha, you want us to retreat with just these few people? That's impossible. Let me tell you, just me, Ling Taimeng, is enough to slaughter all of you. Ling Taimeng did not feel any fear and instead laughed. He released an incomparably tyrannical aura, his full power exploding out. Just as the Supremes were about to fly towards the outer realm, another group of tyrannical auras rushed over from another direction. If you want to start a war, how can our Sun-Moon sect be left out? An old voice that sounded like rolling thunder came from the other side of the sky. Everybody looked in that direction and saw a bright sun and a bright moon rushing towards this direction. The bright sun's fire looked majestic and vast. It looked more solid than Lao Dongxing's, but its aura was weaker than Lao Dongxing's. On the other hand, the bright moon emitted a thick blue light. It looked holy and flawless, dazzling and beautiful. Besides, there were many auras behind them, one red and one blue. Swoosh! Swoosh! These people riding on holy beasts arrived in front of the Dragon Gate and the Godly Axe Gang in the blink of an eye. There weren't many people in this group, only about 20. There were 10 men and 10 women. The men wore martial attire embroidered with a bright sun, and all of them looked strong and masculine, with extraordinary might. The women wore blue dresses embroidered with crescent moons, and all of them had graceful figures and alluring temperaments. This pair of men and women looked exceptionally eye-catching when they stood together. In the entire Heaven territory, only the Sun and Moon sect had this kind of attire. The Sun sect and the Moon sect were equivalent ancient forces. They had their own rules, but they were united against outsiders. The Sun sect mainly cultivated the Holy Yang tactic, while the Moon sect cultivated the Yin Moon tactic. Therefore, they were called the Sun and Moon sect. The two leaders were Ri Zong, Ri Di, and Yu Zong and Yu Empress. They were at the late stage of incipient God realm. Although they hadn't entered the legendary list, they were very close to it. When they joined hands to use the Sun and Moon divine technique, they were as strong as a peak expert on the legendary list. Today, these two people appeared with the incipient God realm experts of their sections. They were here to join the Dragon Gate to deal with the Godly Axe Gang. Ling Taimeng looked at the 20 people and smiled faintly. I thought the Sun-Moon sect was scared and didn't dare to come. Sorry to keep you waiting, Brother Taimeng. But it's not too late. The middle-aged man who looked like a bright sun smiled brightly. This man had a handsome appearance, and his body was quite imposing. There was a war tattoo on his forehead that was like a bright sun. Although he was middle-aged, it still couldn't hide his former extraordinary charm. The beautiful woman next to him was also beautiful. Her body was exquisite and full. Any man who saw her would be tempted. There was a crescent battle tattoo on her forehead. These two people were the Sun Emperor and the Moon Empress, the powerful existences of the Sun-Moon sect. As the people of the Sun-Moon sect arrived, Baimo and the others grimaced. However, it wasn't enough to make them retreat. After all, the two sides were just at the same level. Sun-Moon sect, you also want to get involved in this mess? Baimo squinted at the Sun Emperor and the Moon Empress. What a joke! Your Godly Axe Gang has invaded the territory of our Sun and Moon sect and even tortured and killed many of our disciples. Today, I swear that I will not let this matter rest. Emperor Ri had already thrown caution to the wind and said without any leeway, That's right. Today, it's time to end it. The Moon Empress said coldly. Today, the Dragon Gate had come to destroy the Godly Axe Gang. The Sun-Moon sect had a grudge against the Godly Axe Gang. If they didn't seize the chance when the Dragon Gate's army came to destroy the Godly Axe Gang, they would still be bullied by the Godly Axe Gang in the future. It wasn't something they wanted to see. Alright. So, there's nothing more to say. Whoever dares to offend the Godly Axe Gang today, Baramo, will not rest until one of us is dead. Baramo was completely enraged. He was a famous expert on the Supreme List. He couldn't believe that he would be forced to this situation. He had to respond. Swoosh, swoosh. Those supreme experts and incipient God realm experts and their holy beasts flew out of the outer space. The war had finally begun. Baramo is mine. Lao Dongsheng was indeed a martial arts maniac. As soon as he reached the outer space, he shouted in fear. He rode his 8-headed fire god bird and charged towards Baramo. You think you're my opponent? Even if you and Ling Taimeng come together, I'm not afraid. Baramo released his fighting power. The 2 top-grade axes on his back finally flew out. These were the Godly Axe Gang's ancient god axes. They were the divine weapons left by the founder of the Godly Axe Gang. Each axe weighed 1,800,000 pounds. This pair of axes weighed 1,600,000 pounds. Even a god king wouldn't be able to wield them. This pair of godly axes could crush anyone below the god king realm to death. Even a god king would be able to break free easily. He swung the 2 axes down. It was as if the ancient god Pangu had appeared in the world. He held the 2 axes in his hands. Each swing of the axes seemed to be able to split the sky and earth. It was enough to destroy any star or land. Pangu's power was so terrifying. The god soul of an ordinary high-level supreme expert would collapse immediately. This was the strongest existence on the sovereign list. Any one of them had the terrifying power to destroy any force. There was no fear on Lao Dongxing's face. Instead, he was filled with a strong fighting spirit. A top-grade god artifact with a fire god bird circling around it appeared in his hands. This was a top-grade ancient god artifact forged by him together with the fire god bird's blood essence. It had reached the supreme realm of being one with the artifact. The 2 ancient god artifacts clashed, causing the area within a radius of 1,000,000 miles to shake and explode. The other supreme experts had to retreat far away and find another battlefield. They didn't dare to get close to these 2 top-grade supreme experts. Otherwise, they would be killed by the shockwaves. Ling Taimeng held the top-grade ancient god artifact in his hands. He was riding a golden true dragon. He was domineering and wasn't afraid of the shockwaves. He shouted at the people of the Godly Axe Gang, "Who dares to fight with me? Who dares to fight with me?" This voice contained a strong dragon roar. It shook the space and caused it to collapse. Many low-level supreme experts almost couldn't bear it and fell down. I've long heard that the Kim people of the Heaven region have the protection of a true dragon divine beast. Today I see that it's true. I'll kill you and take this golden dragon for my own use. The top-grade supreme expert who came from the outer domain with Baimo rushed towards Ling Taimeng on a primordial golden tiger. How arrogant! Today, I'll start with you. Ling Taimeng shook the golden spear in his hands and charged towards the top-grade supreme expert together with the golden dragon. The Sun Emperor and the Moon Empress each took out 2 rare weapons. The Sun Emperor was holding an 8-toothed fire god wheel. The 8 teeth emitted a sharp intent and the aura of fire was vast and scorching. The Moon Empress was holding a blade that looked like a crescent moon. The blade was blue and had an extremely cold yin intent. When one yang and one yin worked together, it was comparable to a top-grade supreme expert. Who could compete with them? The previous gang leader of the Godly Axe Gang was also a late-stage supreme expert at the incipient god realm. He had to take the lead. He displayed a gravitational field that was tens of thousands of times stronger than normal and shrouded the Sun Emperor and the Moon Empress. The others also found their own opponents and started a merciless slaughter. In this foreign land, the numerous gales and turbulent flows were filled with numerous multicolored and powerful turbulent flows, and the violent energy formed from them was sufficient to destroy an entire region. If such a group of supreme experts were to fight in the Heaven region, the Sky Dragon region would immediately suffer a large area of destruction. Many creatures wouldn't be able to survive. Chapter 1597. Rumble. Rumble. In the outer space, more than 100 incipient God realm experts and many holy beasts were engaged in a chaotic battle. The powerful energy fluctuations were enough to destroy everything. The space within 1 million miles had become a vacuum. Many spaces had collapsed. One after another, streams of five-colored turbulent energy gushed out from the cracks. Meteors, hailstones, tsunamis, meteorites, all of them had terrifying powers that could fall at any time. The battle between the top incipient God realm experts would take at least 10 days to half a month to determine the winner. The same went for the other incipient God realm experts. After all, the number of people on both sides was almost the same. It was just a matter of who was the strongest and could kill the enemy first to help the others. In a corner, one of them did not join the battle. He just sat on a ghost beast and watched everything indifferently as if it had nothing to do with him. Besides Ling Xiao, who else could it be? It was not that he did not want to join the battle, but he wanted to see how strong the battle between the two peak supremes was. His gaze never left Lao Dongsheng and Ba Mo for even a moment. From the battle between the two experts on the supreme list, Ling Xiao realized that even if his God Soul clone came out, he would not be able to resist more than 10 attacks from them. Almost all of them had powerful techniques that others at the same realm could not compare to. Moreover, their powers had reached the complete realm of the Supreme Realm. They could borrow endless energy to fight. Their consumption of God power was much higher than that of ordinary Supremes. Even the Shadow Horse that he had fought before could not withstand a single blow from these two. The 100 experts on the Supreme list could suppress the world and reach the peak. No one could compete with them. Ling Xiao sighed inwardly. Unless my God Soul clone also reaches the late realm of the Supreme Realm, even if my fighting power increases by 70 times, I will not be able to fight against them. The higher one's power was, the more important it was to accumulate. After reaching the complete realm, the techniques derived would be more mysterious and powerful. It depended on each person's talent and ability to use the power of heaven and earth. Whoever could borrow the most power and use it the most skillfully would have the strongest fighting power. This was what Ling Xiao had learned from observing the two peak supremes. It was crucial for him to take the next step to the peak. Kid, do you think you won't die if you hide here? A middle-level supreme martial artist from the Godly Axe Gang noticed Ling Xiao. With a hideous grin, he waved a giant axe and swung it furiously at Ling Xiao's head. Ling Xiao turned back to look at the middle-level supreme being. He didn't make a move, but the ghostly spirit he was sitting on let out a shriek. A formless lightning-like soul power rushed towards the consciousness of the middle-level supreme being. Ah! That mid-level supreme martial artist let out a blood-curdling screech as his battle prowess was immediately reduced by more than half. The speed of the ghost was unparalleled, as if it had already disappeared from the outer realm. At the next moment, when it reappeared, its two hooves were already stomping down on the head of that mid-level sovereign. The saint beast that protected the intermediate stage supreme being let out a roar, immediately wanting to protect its master. However, Ling Xiao was still able to unleash a powerful finger attack, forcefully shattering its defensive armor. The destructive power immediately melted its huge body, causing it so much pain that it wanted to die. Bang! The huge hooves of the ghost directly stomped on the head of that mid-level supreme martial artist, causing him to explode. The moment that spirit swept out, it was immediately absorbed by Ling Xiao. It's time to begin. A cold smile appeared on Ling Xiao's face as a gray divine sword appeared in his hand. This was the Dark Shadow Divine Sword of the Dark Shadow Clan. Wisps of fiendish wind aura surged endlessly like wind dragons. Like the strongest knight, Ling Xiao rode on the ghost and swept towards the opponent of a supreme being from the Shatian dragon sect in the distance. The ghost moved like lightning, and Ling Xiao's attacks were even faster. A wind blade flashed past like lightning, slicing the opponent who was fighting against the dragon gate into two, causing blood to splatter everywhere. The supreme being from the dragon gate was startled at first. Then, seeing that Ling Xiao had already turned to another direction, he exclaimed inwardly, "What a terrifying power! Has he already reached the high level? Ling Xiao had the advantage of speed and top-notch divine weapons. Wherever he went, he killed the supreme beings below the high level or the saint beasts at the 11th level. No one could survive even one attack from him. After all, he used a sneak attack. Moreover, there were few at the same level who could rival him. In just a short while, he had killed 4 supreme beings at the incipient god realm and 3 saint beasts. The battle between the Kim people and the Dragon Gate supreme beings at the incipient god realm had been alleviated, and some of their advantages were gradually manifesting. Good kid, you dare to sneak attack. You're too shameless. Wait for me to kill you. After a high-level supreme being from the Godly Axe Gang killed a supreme being from the Dragon Gate, he finally discovered Ling Xiao's existence. This high-level supreme being was called Shi Yushan, and he was one of the founding elders of the Godly Axe Gang. He didn't cultivate the sky-splitting axe technique, nor did he use an axe. Instead, he held a snake-shaped spear, and the Saint Beast protecting him was a peak mid-level Saint Beast at the 11th level, the Spotted Rock Snake. After he screamed in fear, he separated from his Spotted Rock Snake, and the snake-shaped spear stabbed straight at Ling Xiao's face. The power of this attack was incomparably vigorous. It was like a giant snake pouncing out, forcefully tearing apart the vast sky. The impact of the meteorite that rolled over along with the snake figure was also extremely majestic and powerful. Shi Yushan had been a high-level supreme being for many years, and he had absolute confidence in himself. The person in front of him was just a middle-level supreme being. Even if he relied on the power of his weapon, he wouldn't be able to block his attack. However, he realized that the other party didn't even try to dodge. Instead, he raised the divine sword and slashed at him. A black wind dragon suddenly appeared and instantly corroded his snake shadow into pieces. Many meteorites were also crushed into powder at the same time. What? You can actually block my attack, Shi Yushan exclaimed. His body was like a stone wall that blocked the black wind blades, but the sword aura still left cracks on it. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't use the power of his spirit to attack. Instead, his battle prowess had increased by 70 times, reaching the peak of a middle-level supreme being. With the help of the Phantom Divine Sword, it wasn't surprising that he could slash out an attack that could threaten a high-level supreme being. That divine sword must be a top-notch divine weapon. I must get it. Greed flashed across Shi Yushan's eyes, and he increased the power of the snake-shaped spear in his hand. He stabbed over 1,000 times, and many snake shadows with terrifying power blasted towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao sneered, and his figure fell back. He didn't want to meet force with force. Although he could compete with him, this was a battle of life and death. There was only life and death, no victory or defeat. His spirit doppelganger had already quietly swept out and circled behind Shi Yushan. Don't run if you have the guts. I'll destroy you, Shi Yushan roared. You're not qualified to destroy me. Ling Xiao's spirit suddenly attacked from behind, and the Imperial Dragon Heaven-destroying technique enveloped the top of Shi Yushan's head. Shi Yushan had already put up layers of defense, but under the attack of Ling Xiao's spirit doppelganger, his defenses still cracked. Shi Yushan was beaten until he spat out blood, and all the defenses around him collapsed. He looked up in panic. Who's that? Come out. To be able to break through his strong defenses with one move, this person was at least at the same level as him or even above him. Even a peak supreme being would feel his scalp go numb when he sneak attacked. Ha! Aren't I right in front of you? Ling Xiao's spirit landed in front of Shi Yushan, and he laughed. At the same time, he attacked again, and the golden dragon slammed straight at Shi Yushan's face. Ling Xiao did not show any mercy. He used his strongest power and directly blew up Shi Yushan's head, swallowing his spirit. This was the spirit of a high-level supreme being, and it was enough to increase the power of his spirit. Ling Xiao completely let go. His true body and doppelganger attacked at the same time, and they began to help the others kill all the people from the Godly Axe Gang. Many people from the Golden Dragon, Dragon Gate, and those who came to help Ling Xiao did not understand why their opponents suddenly died, and they could not find the person who came to help them. However, they were completely relieved when they knew that the person was dealing with the Godly Axe Gang. The Godly Axe Gang had more than 80 people, and soon more than 30 people died, while the Dragon Gate and Sun Moon sect lost less than 5 people. The advantage of the two sides was starting to become one-sided. However, the high-level Supreme Being who challenged Dugujin had some tricks up his sleeves. He could actually summon 2 kinds of poisonous creatures, and Dugujin almost suffered a great loss. Other than the poisonous bees, there was also the 5-colored centipede swarm. Their numbers were not low, and the poison they contained was extremely terrifying. Once touched, it was impossible to escape. Dugujin had only brought 6 11th level holy beasts this time, and they were all entangled by these 2 kinds of poisonous creatures. One had even been stung by the queen bee's stinger, and had already lost most of its battle strength. Later, it was bullied to death by the other poisonous bees. Dugujin had lost the support of his holy beasts, and the high-level poison master was still protected by 2 poisonous creatures. They surrounded and attacked Dugujin. Dugujin was a newly advanced high-level supreme being, and his battle strength was a notch lower than his opponent's. Moreover, his opponent was bullying him with numbers, and he was gradually unable to hold on. Old thing, you think you're very powerful just because you're a beast tamer? You still died in my hands. The high-level poison master continuously sent out ink-colored palm prints. The strong corrosive power made it impossible for anyone to approach. Dugujin blocked with all his might, but he was still sent flying far away. The defensive armor on his body had already been corroded by the ink-colored poisonous mist. Damn it, if only I had brought Xian. With the vermilion bird here, how could this guy be so arrogant? Dugujin said regretfully in his heart. At this time, a poisonous bee and a multicolored centipede attacked Dugujin from the left and right. A poisonous needle with incomparable sharpness stabbed forward, while the multicolored centipede opened its flat mouth and pounced forward, waves of multicolored poison floating around. Go to hell! The high-level poison master laughed sinisterly, and once again came over Dugujin's head. The power in his palms locked onto Dugujin. Dugujin's face was ashen. His reaction speed had already been paralyzed by the poison, and it was absolutely impossible for him to dodge the attacks from these 3 directions. You're tuning in to the Legend of the Vagabond YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.